Alright, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shane, that's Shane is Games, and tonight we're going to be playing The Shapeshifting Detective by the same people that brought you The Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker. This will be our very first time playing it. Isn't that a surprise? So you haven't missed a thing, and I hope you were in for a fun ride. But if you ever want to check out some of the other games I've played in the past, look in my info below. You'll see a link to my YouTube channel where I archive all my streams of every game I've ever played. So if you find yourself in the mood to see a game you played start to finish that might be a little obscure, unusual, or just nostalgic, feel free to click over there, see what I got available, and throw me a subscribe if you are so inclined. But for tonight, let's get started on this, shall we? And yeah, I did a little test to see if it worked, and it does, and it looks awesome, so yes, get in there. One save file, though, apparently, be warned of that.
You're listening to Radio August. Dark Nights with Poe and Monroe.
It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Alice Monroe with your August update. August police are appealing for information following the murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw. Miss Shaw's body was discovered last night. Chief DuPont is calling the crime a violent and despicable act. Anyone with information about the murder is urged to get in touch via the department's confidential tip hotline. It's horrible, Poe.
Indeed it is.
You need to learn when to keep your mouth shut.
Okay, so this, because I tested this game out, I actually know what happens here, so I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do it. But here's the thing. So you notice I only have one text option to select here, which is to say, who are you? But what did he just say? He just said, I need to know when to keep my mouth shut. So what this is doing is this is both introducing and teaching you for a special mechanic that they have in Shapeshifting Detective, which is, you notice next to the option is a trash can. So let me walk you through this. Sometimes in the game, next to certain options, we will have a trash can. And what that allows us to literally do is delete that option out of the game. Now, in this case, that is our only option. That's the only thing we can say. So if I delete that, it defaults to silence. So that's what he's saying. You need to know when to keep your mouth shut. So that's what we're supposed to do here. So what happens if you click, who are you? The game restarts. And I don't want to do that again. Because I did that when I was testing the game out. So I know that one, and we're not doing that. So we're going to actually test out the mechanic right here. And hey, welcome in, Space Cowboy. Good to see you. Hope you are having a wonderful week as well. So we're going to delete this. Gotta hold it down, I see.
You know why you're here, don't you?
Do we know why we're here? I don't think I know why we're here. Let's hit no.
The dead girl.
Right.
And
the radio.
This. What exactly were you thinking?
What?
You have one job. Don't get caught. Do you think you can do that this time?
Hey, Phenomenon! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid there, Phenomenon. How are you doing tonight? And welcome in to all of Phenomenon's viewers. Thoringar, good to see you. Skies So Fly, welcome in. Phenomenon, the man himself, welcome in. Video Wizard, Vazeril, if I'm pronouncing that right, I hope so. And Roseyard, if I didn't already say it, welcome in as well. For anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That over there is Shane's Games. That's actually a big beardy guy, but in general over there is Shane's Games. I play the weird, obscure, and unusual, and today we're going weird with the brand spanking new FMV game, The Shapeshifting Detective. Specs, was that a modem I heard? I love it. Also, raid message. That is what I use for my raid alarm, because I'm super old and I remember modems. So welcome in, everyone. Master V, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Specs, thank you for the follow as well. Phenomenon, how was your stream? What were you playing? How did everything go? Tell me every little detail. I am curious. Old high five, Specs. Bam! Right there. Young at heart. That's not what my heart doctor says. My heart doctor says I'm very, very old at heart, as a matter of fact. Roseguard, I don't think it's the same people that made Contradiction. It's the same people that did Dr. Decker, so you're in the right neighborhood. And it has a couple of the actors from Contradiction as well. It's got Rupert Booth in there, and also the woman that played Emma in Contradiction is in here as well. The two teams are acquainted, and I think there's some sharing between them. But in general, this is the same studio that made Dr. Decker right here. Let's see. Phenomenon stream went well for such an average game. Four Swords Adventures. All right, I've never played that one. I know that's the co-op Zelda game from, what was that one? GameCube? I want to say it was GameCube. Oh, I know they remade it a couple times. Oh my God, Jenkins threw Contradiction over his shoulder and dragged that game to greatness. Roseguard, this I believe, and will crow from the rooftops. So right now, this gentleman, who we haven't got a name for, because anyone who just joined us, we're literally about 30 seconds into the game, so you didn't miss much. Hey, Roseguard, if I were to do this, would it mean anything to you? So we're only about 30 seconds in. This gentleman, who we do not know the name of, has just told us we are investigating a murder. A murder, and he apparently we screwed something up and we got caught before, and he asked us if we can not get caught this time. So yeah, we can do that.
It's a rhetorical question.
Oh, sorry.
You're going to a town called August. Find Chief DuPont. He's gonna think you're someone else.
Someone else?
This person. This is who you are now.
All right.
Understood?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're understood.
Splendid. If someone so much as sniffs that you're different, you'll be deprecated.
I'll be what?
Deprecated.
Oh! Deprecated.
We expect you to use your ability. Just don't get caught. And never, ever change into a child.
In brighter news, August resident Mia French is celebrating the return of her missing pooch, Barley. The 8-month-old Basset Hound puppy was found outside Daryl's Chicken and Ribs.
And that's 5 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
I'm Violet. Welcome to the guest house. There are some rules. In particular, no shoes in the guest house. The carpets are priceless. Now, how long are you staying for?
Now, see, right here, anybody that played Dr. Decker should recognize her from that game, so that's awesome. August is a month, not a town. Game, please. They're already throwing us off. Clearly a shoddily made game, Thorngar, if they don't even know that. Night driving, always fun. As a night shift guy, I enjoy some night driving right there. Owen, welcome in. Oh my God, I've been following this game for months before it came out. Owen, months? Though, in an interest of clarity, this copy of the game was actually gifted to me by frequent stream viewer Shira, which is super cool of him, and I appreciate that. Deprecated? Are we some kind of Linux package? We haven't actually seen ourselves in a mirror Noctis, so we might actually be a police officer who is actually a sentient Linux package. I won't roll it out yet. Did he turn into a pupper? Maybe? We haven't really learned anything about that yet. No children, I'm liking their rules. Very simple, straightforward. So yeah, how long are we staying? I don't know, actually.
That's fine. It's yours for as long as you want it.
Wait.
There's not been many visitors of late. Perhaps the murder will bring some tourists in.
Can you tell me anything more about the visitors?
It's just you and some tarot readers at the moment. It's deathly quiet.
Deathly quiet, she says. So you see right here, this option, there is no trash can, so you can't just delete every option. But sometimes you do have the option to stay silent, which is interesting. Although, I have heard directly from the developers that the trash option never has to be used to beat the game. It is completely optional and leads to extra content and Easter eggs only, which means we are going to want to try and use it in certain specific circumstances, but just because it's there doesn't always mean it will work. Let's see, I'm calling it now. She did the murdering to drum up business. I mean, she was creepy as hell in Dr. Decker, so maybe. So why is there very few visitors? The murder?
Yes, the murder. You haven't spoken to the chief yet, have you?
No. What do you mean about the chief?
Chief Dupont. He's the one who booked the room for you. You look lost. You should probably go and speak to the chief. Your room is just down the hall, last on the left. It has its own back door. The chief said that's the way you'd like it.
Is that a joke at my expense? Or is
Just finishing.
that actually a thing? Yeah, she was Mariana in there. Mariana. What should I ask her here, folks? As usual, I should mention, normally I have a no backseating rule in this stream, but anytime we play adventure games, and this is definitely a point-and-click adventure game, that rule is out the window. As long as you haven't played this game before or watched this game streamed before, please jump in on any and everything. Tell me what you think I ought to do. Tell me your theories about the murder. I want to hear everything. So let's make a little bit of small talk right here. Predicting the future?
You don't believe?
I don't know, chat, do we believe in tarot? Is that a thing we believe in? I'm not sure. Wheel, I'm the killer, you think? I'm the killer. Let's see. Credits roll on, so I should pick up Blackjack as a habit, that is. Blackjack? I can see it's an interesting game. John, you do not believe. All right. No, we don't believe in tarot.
That's okay. Sometimes life is just a stream of coincidences. Hi, I'm Bronwyn.
Bronwyn, pleased to meet you. I'm Sam?
Pleased to meet you, Sam. If you'd like a reading.
Kinda would like a reading. I think that could be interesting. And not the fun kind with Bette Midler singing. Nice reference, Owen. 10 points to the man with the Hocus Pocus reference. We've been dead all along and it's just a dream. Or what if we're actually in hell the whole time? The other, it applies to everything theory there, Thorngar. Did she put a spell on you? I don't know any more of that song, or I'd continue from there. Sure, let's do a reading. Let's do a reading. If she's offering.
What's your question, Sam?
Ooh. Will I win? Oh wow, we can just break on through the fourth wall first thing. I don't feel like "Are you guilty" is a good thing to open with here. I feel like maybe that's a bit much. Let's start with "Will I win?" Let's try that.
The Fool. I'm going to see a lot more of you, aren't I, Sam?
Probably.
Enjoy the journey. But remember, not everything is winnable. I'm in room 1 and that's down the hall. Lorraine's in 2, Lexi's in 3. And which room are you in, Sam?
We have an option to say which room we're in. That's interesting. Wait, did she just do a 1-card tarot reading? That seems substandard. Is that all you get for free? Is 1 card all you get for free here? Is that it? Yeah, she's a psychic. She should know. Pull another card. You tell me, lady. Holy crap. I love video game tarot. We've talked about that many times in here, Will, about how terrible they always are. Let's tell her. Wait, should we tell her or should we not tell her, chat? I'm a little torn. It'd be crazy rude to say, oh, I'm not telling you where I'm staying, but we don't actually know who the murderer is yet. 1 card that you need to buy some loot boxes? Of course, Australis. I should have known, of course. Last on the left. It's a small house anyway. That's fine.
Good. We're neighbors. Just knock if you need me.
Will do.
Radio August. Dark Nights with Poe and Monroe.
The Calling.
Alright, so let's go to our room
by
first.
Jessa.
See what's in here, if there's anything interesting to note. Interesting room. A little small, but 4-poster bed. That's kind of classy. Okay, we're just gonna spin around here for a while? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, okay, we're just gonna spin around for a while. Cool. Alright, so. Irish? I'm not sure. That sounded either Irish or Welsh to my ears, but I couldn't say for certain. Rose, I'd probably not get into one of these games, but I like watching them. That's what I'm here for. That is what I am here for, Roseguard. I love hearing that. Let's see. Rain, I suspect there's not a lot of rooms if they start with one. It looked like a relatively small building for a hotel anyway, so that's probably true. Game's got some fancy camera work. It kind of does. They're really trying hard to do something interesting with the camera. Alright, so I guess there's nothing to do in here right now. I will mention, you heard the radio right there. One of the gimmicks of the game that I'm not sure we're going to explore is they recorded several short radio dramas that you can listen to in between scenes. Which is cool as hell, but I don't know how much we're going to listen to those.
They have the same dream every night. Now it's a woman lying in a lake with her eyes closed and her black hair streaming beneath the surface. She must be dead.
Tail a cab.
No one can breathe that long underwater.
And visit the chief.
Then she opens her eyes, and I realize it's not her that's underwater. I mean...
Good, you got my message. Chief Inspector DuPont. I wasn't sure you'd come, but I suppose you're between jobs?
I'm Sam. Check my... Yeah, I'm Sam. Nice to meet you.
Well, we both know that's not true. But I like it. Sam. That's your cover now. So, the job. Dorota Shaw. 21, accomplished cellist, redhead. Strangled. I know who did it, but I need proof. It's the tarot readers.
Alright, wait, hang on. He knows who did it? Well, that was quick. Yeah, the old Tony Orlando tune. I recognized it, but I'm like, I don't know if I know the tune well enough to sing it or anything. It's Jenks! Jenks is in here! Inspector DuPont. He pronounces the hard T. I noticed the woman at the guest house does not, though. That is one of the things, Owen. There is 3 possibilities for the killer, and the killer is randomly selected every time you play. Which is one good thing in case anybody wants to get this game after you watch it. There are differences in the plays as well. There's also some events that are randomized as well. Some things, especially they said when characters are stressed or pressed into a corner, their actions may be randomized. So they may act differently on different playthroughs, which is interesting. I like that. Why the tarot card readers?
Because they predicted it. The older one, Bronwyn, she came into my office last night talking all crazy and saying Dorota was in trouble. I did my best not to lock her up.
What do you mean by crazy?
It all sounded crazy to me. Tarot, the spirit world, cards that move, trans-dimensional thingamajigs. To be honest, I thought she'd probably been smoking something, and that's why I didn't take it seriously.
So, why isn't she in jail?
Because things. I don't have enough on her. That's where you come in. The free guest house day isn't free. I need you to work the case and report back to me. Find out things from the inside. Can you do it?
Now, I noticed something here as well. The guy we spoke to at the beginning of the game said that Chief DuPont would think we're someone else. But as soon as I introduced myself as Sam, he immediately said, now we both know that's not true. So why does Chief DuPont know more than he's supposed to? Phenomenon, you really liked that guy in Contradiction? Me too. Me too. He was absolutely the best part of that game. Although the villain in Contradiction, the older guy from the business course, he was a British actor I knew before from Blake 7, and I thought he was amazing as well. Feels weird seeing this guy without the hat. I know, it's very strange, but different character. Different character. Hey, Kiwi, welcome in. How are you doing today? Good to see you. I think this guy did it. I'll try. I'll try.
Okay. I'll be telling everyone that you've been hired by the Shaws because obviously local law enforcement is either too incompetent or too overworked to solve anything. That gives you a license to talk to people, but only notionally. Don't actually touch them or annoy them. You don't have any real authority, understand? But you help me out, I'll help you.
Elena, 12 months! Apparently, even though I had the 1-year badge for a minute, hey look, 12 months. Elena, thank you for the 12-month resub. Joining the rarefied area that is the 1-year club with that great rainbow badge. I really do appreciate you supporting me for a full damn year, Elena. That means so much. I hope you know that. I hope you know I appreciate having you in the stream, so thank you for that. And welcome in. I'm glad you're here. I know you enjoy the mysteries as much as I do, I think, anyway. So I hope you'll enjoy this one. Blackrock Phantom, welcome in as well. How are you doing today? So wait, where's my badge and my gun then?
You don't get that. There's no badge and gun, just a hope and a promise. Come and find me when you're settled. This is Second Chance Sunday for you, Sam. Don't blow it.
Alright, so I need to investigate the murder, but I've got 0 actual authority. I've got no badge, I've got no gun, I'm not authorized to touch anyone, make any arrests. That's gonna be tricky. You enjoy the mysteries and sometimes not the shot-yakers. That's fair. Tell me a little bit about Dorota then.
What do you want to know? She was a cellist, selected for a scholarship at Juilliard. It was in the local paper. I'm more of a Bon Jovi fan myself.
When was she killed?
Don't read the paper, do you? Yesterday, Monday the 9th at approximately 9 p.m, according to the coroner. We got a call from the mother just after 10 p.m.
I'm writing this down. Monday the 9th at 9 p.m. I love Bon Jovi too, so do I. Who doesn't? Got no badge, got no guns, got no strings to hold you down. We can ask him if he has an alibi. I don't know how well that's going to go over. Where was Dorota killed?
In her bedroom. She was naked.
Ooh.
Strangled. No signs of sexual activity of any kind. It was a weird scene to look at. There was one thing, but it's strictly between you and me. Dorota had a gold coin in her mouth.
What?
I'm being serious now, Sam. Not a word of this. It's the one thing only the killer would know.
All right. We are definitely making a note of that right here. Gold coin in mouth. And no one knows that except the cops. So that should be our trump card for figuring out who did it, who done it. Oh, damn it, I didn't read the fine print, did I, Australis? Oh, no. Oh, no! And you got a call from the mother at 10 p.m. as well. Yeah, made the paper today. Papers are so slow, Kiwi. Those emotes in chat. Let's see, Blackrock, you finally got your guest card activated. I can finally work and have orientation. Oh, nice! Congratulations, Blackrock. Good to hear. That's what I was thinking, Kiwi. That's what I was thinking, is the old legends of Passage to the Underworld in Greek, Roman mythology, I think. So that's interesting. That may play into, the mythology may play into it as well. What do we know?
Not much. Perhaps you should do some investigating?
Thanks, Mr. Actual Police Officer. I don't know who Violet is, but I'm going to ask.
Board here.
Oh, the guest
runs
house
a local
lady.
Guest house. Lovely lady. Where are you going with this, Sam? What's she told you?
Nothing.
She told you she's taking pills, didn't she?
What?
Let me handle Violet. She didn't kill anyone.
What? Well, hang on. What? What just happened? What? Is she taking pills? Suddenly I'm wondering why he's so certain it's the tarot card readers. He didn't mention the other two. Just the one as well. Oh yeah, Greeks it was the coins over the eyes, Romans was in the mouth. Thank you, Kiwi. Yeah, this guy and Secrets are not best friends. I don't think they're even on speaking terms arguments. Oh no, we were just talking about Mass Effect at the start of the stream too. And also, wearing my N7 shirt today. Hey, Bishop Girl! Oh man, I'm so excited to be playing this. Welcome in, how are you doing today? Alright, should we ask him about his alibi? Or do we think that's a deadly trap? I don't know if we want to get on his bad side, like, right immediately. That seems like it could go, oh, Rin's saying ask him. I gotta ask. Rin Thorngar, this is on your heads. Do you have an alibi for last night?
Do I have an alibi for last night? Do I? Okay. I was here, and there are video monitors that will prove it. Thanks for ruling me out, genius.
Alright, fine. I just covered all my bases here. Rin on his notepad, he has 3850 circled with X2. That is interesting. I wonder if that's actually a thing. Or if that's just prop work right there. Evil must always exist. Alright, so I think we can leave here.
I don't hear the metal frame thunk the ground or the glass shards that splinter from the screen, because at that moment, that very moment, she's with me again.
Alright, so
My hand.
let's talk to Violet first. Talk to her, see what we can figure out about that.
Dreams?
I assume you've been to see Chief DuPont already.
Alright, and let's see, what was it? It was 4100 over 3850. I'll go ahead and write that one down. 4100, 3850. May as well. Make a note of everything and we'll figure out what's interesting later. Alright, did you know Dorota?
Not really. I'm sure she was a precious lamb, though.
I'm sorry, what do you mean precious lamb?
Yes, a lamb. Young. Innocent. Lambs get slaughtered, though, don't they?
Oh, so you're creepy in this game too. Good to know. Will you go to Sovngarde when you die? Will you join us Nords at our resting place? I'll try and meet you there, Blackrock. I will. That's the plan. Yeah, she got a very turn of the century look, Kiwi. I like it too. Taking pills to make her stop thinking she's a mermaid. Oh man, that would be so cool if this takes place in the same universe. So Dorota was nice? Is that what you're getting at here?
Nice, yes, that's a good description. Actually, I thought she was a bit slutty, to be honest.
I'm sorry, what? What? Wait, what? Oh, all right, we're coming right out there. Let's continue with this then.
Sorry. I'm gossiping. I don't want to talk ill of the dead. Ask her boyfriend.
Ooh. Where do I find her boyfriend?
Oscar lives at the vicarage next to the church. Don't tell him I sent you, though. I'm sure he's sick of seeing people already.
All right. Oscar. Elena. I wonder, as soon as she pulled back from the brink there, I'm like, was I supposed to delete that option? Possibly? I'm not sure. Yikes indeed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, vicarage? Really? Getting soapy in here right now. Alright, so who are the other guests?
They're tarot readers. I'm thinking of asking them to leave, actually.
Why?
Because they may have killed someone. It's not great for my reputation, is it? Stay at Violet's, the home of killers and hobos.
Wait, what? Hobos?
I'm sorry, it's a derogatory word, isn't it? But strange people seem to gravitate towards this guest house, Sam. I think I'll get the sign changed.
Yeah, we can't ask her about the pills, but again, I'm not sure if we want to push there. You guys let me know if you think we should push her about the pills, but I'm a little hesitant on that one. Thornyar, she's reminding me of someone really badly and you can't place it. She was in another game that came out last year as well called The Infectious Madness of Dr. Decker, in case you saw that. That might be what it's reminding you of, possibly. Same universe? Oh, I would like to. I would like that very much. Yeah, she shouldn't know that I was told, definitely. Yeah, I think we're gonna avoid that then. So what were you doing last night, Violet?
It's the strangest thing. I honestly don't remember.
Excuse me?
But I imagine I was here or getting groceries somewhere.
She doesn't remember. Yeah, that's definitely the strangest. How do you not remember? Hey, LTG, welcome in. How are you doing today? Good to see you right there. All right, have you ever been to Geroda's house?
No, and I didn't murder her, if that's what you're asking.
All right. That's fine. All right, let's get out of here then.
And it's a crazy experience, and some people love it, some people hate it. But what it actually relates to is being out of control.
So do we want to talk to one of the tarot readers next, or do we want to go see if we can track down the boyfriend? What do you think, chat?
Not that you would know, Poe, obviously.
It's your call. It's your call.
I'm in control. No, I know what you mean.
Early onset Alzheimer's? That'd be benign.
Stakes are high.
Kiwi says tarot card readers.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go talk to Bronwyn first,
Exactly, that's exactly.
since we've already met her.
Is it? I'm sensing you're not here for a reading.
Yeah, no, you're correct. I have some questions about the murderer, actually, Bronwyn.
Chief Dupont thinks I did it. I'm hoping you'll convince him otherwise.
How well did you know her?
I didn't. We've only been here 2 days. I understand it's suspicious me being a stranger in town, but it's the truth.
I can't quite place her accent. It's driving me insane. Now see, here I'm seeing the trash can and I'm looking at it. Do we want to trash this or do we want to say it? Wow, this game actually has a lot of interesting choices in the dialogue already. The trash can really does add a whole new depth to the dialogue system. Like, I'm actually a little torn up about this. Do we want to ask her about the murder, or do you just want to stay silent for a moment? What's suspicious is you think you're psychic and predicted a murder. Well, they can't all have murdered her. I don't think so. It's not an option, Kiwi. They're not giving me. Let's ask her about the murder.
We saw danger in the cards and we tried to stop it. Trust me, Sam, we're on the same team.
Alright, so how exactly did you predict the murder?
We saw it in the cards, not images, feelings, impressions. Tarot can be very powerful.
But can't you ask the tarot cards who the killer is?
Not these cards. They only tell us what they want us to know.
That's weird. It's the LTG, so I want to bring to attention there's another FMV style game currently free on PS Plus called Roundabout. Ooh. That actually looks a partially platform-based LTG, but yeah, I'm familiar with that one. I've got it on Steam, but I may as well grab it on PS Plus as well. Thank you for pointing that out, LTG. I appreciate that. Are you supposed to read the tells of people you're talking to? We can, Australis. We can, I suppose. It's not really designed like L.A. Noire, and these scenes are just randomized. The scenes where we're sitting on dialogue choices, but we can try and read their faces when we're actually they're actually answering questions. Yeah, Roundabout looks hilarious. That's why I picked it up. So we may be playing Roundabout on stream at some point, but we shall see. Let's see, if we're going by tells, the way she's holding on the cord for her dress is a sign that she's not giving up full information. Well, we've only started. Yeah, she does look a little nervous the way she's playing with her hair. Where were you at 9 p.m. last night, Bronwyn? What is your alibi?
In my room, reading. I found a trashy romance novel under the bed. I'm assuming it's Violet's. It's all swooning heroines and brooding vampire Casanovas. Thank God Lexi saved me.
Lexi! Alright, what do you mean Lexi saved you?
She came to my room to chat for a little while. That was around 9, I think. You can ask her.
Alright, so I'm going to make a note of this as well. So Bronwyn said that Lexi came to meet her in her room at around 9 p.m. Right at the time of the murder, Lexi comes to visit Bronwyn, as Bronwyn does not otherwise have an alibi. Because she said she was reading alone in her room right there. Yeah, see, the problem with that, Kiwi, is, number one, that's not an involuntary reflex. You can suppress that, and you can also fake that as well. So that's not a super reliable sign right there. Alright, so, do you think Violet's trashy?
I said the book was trashy. Look at this place. If her guest house is anything to go by, Violet's the opposite of trashy.
Alright, fair enough. So, we don't have much to go by right now, but that's okay. We've still got some other folks to talk to.
Silver rattle and whistle.
So let's go talk to let's go talk to Lexi next.
Sealed well at St.
Hi, Sam, is it? Come on in, make yourself at home. Mi casa es su casa. Come on.
Alright, I want to start by saying, who would ever go to a guest house and just start knocking on doors and people would just invite them in? I'm pretty sure I'd actually put a chair against the door if I'm at a guest house and some rando just starts knocking on my door. But that's me then. Throwing that out there. Alright, so, let's just start with the questions right here. Did you know Dorota?
I don't know anyone in this town, except for Bronwyn and Rain, obviously, and Violet, and the Chief, and now you.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Really? Oh yeah, she's crazy nervous right here, in case anyone's thinking about that. How did you know she was going to die?
Good old-fashioned fortune-telling. Well, kind of. We drew a card each and smushed them all together. Do you know what the most dangerous tarot card is?
Do we know what the most dangerous tarot card is? I'm not actually the happiest squirrel. Like, I don't even know if the devil is one of the cards. Is the devil actually a tarot card? I know death is. And I know the happy squirrel isn't. I'm not sure about the devil. Yeah, death means change. Death means, everybody thinks death means death, but no, that's, if that was all it would mean, you wouldn't really need the tarot cards. Hey, Eversados, welcome in. How are you doing today? Everyone's saying, fine. The happy squirrel?
You've done your research. The happy squirrel was vague and mysterious, but not evil.
So what is the most dangerous tarot card?
The Five of Swords. I think so anyway. There's nothing more dangerous than someone taking whatever they want no matter the cost.
So wait, you drew the Five of Swords for Dorota?
Yeah, I did. Rain got the Knight of Wands, that's Dorota, and Bronwyn got the Ten of Swords, which is, well, you know, swords in general are bad.
Interesting. Yeah, the Lovers is not necessarily a happy card, that's true. Let me catch up on Jet right here. Noctis used to draw the... Oh, alright. Interesting, Noctis. The Five of Swords. Sword suit refers to passion. Interesting. Oh, Blackrock, you're heading to bed? Alright. Thank you for stopping by as always. You have yourself a good rest, and I will see you around. How well do you know Bronwyn?
She's like my big sister, so pretty well.
Do you think she killed Dorota?
No.
Alright, simple enough. The 10 is not murder. I don't think the 10 is supposed to indicate murder. I think she was saying that 10 was the card they drew to indicate the murderer. The specific person that murdered Dorota is all. Why did you come to August?
The cards told us to. Well, the cards of Rain. Taro gives us a rough direction and he narrows it down with some astrological jiggery pokery. He's basically a walking esoteric library. And if that sounds dull, let me reassure you, it is.
Alright, so Rain is the one that told them to come to town. That's interesting. So you do whatever the cards tell you to?
No. Well, yeah. Well, no. We have a job to do.
Job?
I didn't say job. I said job.
A job.
Okay. We make a cheese obelisk, a chob, and depending on the shape of that chob, we get different answers to questions.
You're so very obviously lying here.
No, you don't.
Chob! Chob, ladies and gentlemen. That's throw out your goddamn tarot cards. We're doing chobs now, is what we're doing. Yeah. Alright, what were you doing last night?
I was in my room all night with Bronwyn. We were painting our nails.
Oh, that sounds really nice. Can I see them?
No, I mean, yeah. I've already cleaned it off.
Oh, you've already cleaned it off. Alright, so what have we learned so far? We learned that Bronwyn was alone in her room until 9 p.m. when Lexi came in. We've learned that the third tarot reader was the one who decided that they should come to August, and we've learned that Lexi is so completely full of shit about everything. So what exactly were Lexi and Bronwyn doing that Bronwyn doesn't want to talk about? And why would she just lie so obviously? That's weird. That's weird. Alright. Nothing else to ask her for right now.
Each straining step.
So that just leaves Rain, the third of the fortune tellers. So let's go talk to him next.
You must be a new guest. Or you're burglaring us. I'm Rain, by the way.
I'm Sam.
Pleased to meet you, Sam. Enjoy your stay. The hot water goes off at 9, by the way. So it's cold showers from there on in.
Gross.
Really bugs me.
Cold showers are the worst. Yeah, that occurred to me as well, Australis, but you don't want to jump to conclusions. We're a detective now. Detectives don't assume. He seems to be too obvious to be a true lead, probably nervous about something else or lying to protect someone. Maybe a lead to directly to the murderer, possibly Elena, but it could be a lead to some other clue, you know. Cold showers at 9 p.m. She was killed at 9 p.m. That's a good point, arguments. Could be coincidence, could not be. We'll put that down for right now and remember that. So what do you know about Dorota, Rain?
I didn't know her. I know she was called Dorota Shaw. She was young, had red hair, a talented musician.
Do you have any connection to Dorota at all?
No, not at all. You're completely barking up the wrong tree there.
Yeah, it's too obvious. I'm going to trash that one.
Sam, I don't have a motive for killing Dorota. Full stop. I'd have to be possessed to murder anything. Do you believe in possession, Sam?
I don't know, Chet. Do we believe in possession? Is that a thing we believe in? After the last game? Alright, no, we don't believe in possession.
Oh, there's more than just one form of possession, Sam. It's just a blanket term.
Interesting. So that was something we only saw because we trashed that option. We talked about it before, but now we're actually seeing it in work. Is this a Cthulhu game? I have no idea, Australis. I know basically nothing about this game, and I love that. I'm very excited. The last game by the studio was very Lovecraftian though, so I wouldn't rule it out yet. Elena, you were possessed by a happy squirrel just yesterday. That sounds fun for an afternoon. Alright, Rain, so how did you predict the murder?
We did a reading. A group reading, actually. With a special tarot deck.
Alright, so what's a group reading?
The three of us get together and read the same cards. Bronwyn says it makes the whole thing stronger or more powerful or something. But I'm pretty sure I'd get the same answers just on my own.
So the group reading was Bronwyn's idea. That's something to keep in mind as well. Bronwyn was the one that suggested the group reading. I'm writing that down as well. Group reading. Bronwyn's idea. And I'm also going to make a note earlier that coming to August was Rain's idea. Oh yeah, we're asking about the special tarot card deck. We didn't know it was a special tarot card deck before, so I want to hear about this.
Mercury? It's not exactly from here. With a normal tarot deck, you'd have the question, so you'd be the querent. With Mercury, it gives you the question and the answer. The cards themselves kind of change. It's a special deck.
Can we see the Mercury Tarot?
I don't have it at the moment. Bronwyn has it.
Alright, so we'll have to ask Bronwyn about that. Apparently Bronwyn is holding on to the special Mercury Tarot deck where the cards change? That's weird. Let's see, Eversados, he makes sense. There should not be anything special about a group read versus solo read. So, why did Bronwyn want to do a group read? Unless perhaps Bronwyn wanted to spread around responsibility for knowing about Dorota Shaw's death. Something to think about. So what were you doing last night, Rain?
I was in my room. Praying, actually. I don't believe in God, but I was still praying. It didn't work.
Ooh, I'm not sure which of these to ask. Chat, help me out. What do I pick here? So he doesn't have an alibi. He doesn't have an alibi, and the only alibis that the other two have are each other, even though Lexi is obviously lying like crazy. Those slippers do look super comfortable. I actually have slippers similar to those, but his look higher class right there. What didn't work? That's what I was thinking. What didn't work exactly? What were you praying for?
My prayer. That the girl would be safe.
Right, alright. I can't read the options. Listen to your heart. I gotcha, Eversados. I will. Alright, so that's everybody in there.
Waits inside.
Let's pop back over to Bronwyn's real quick. Hey, can I see the Mercury Tarot deck, Bronwyn?
Mercury? Sure. I'll just get it. It feels a bit sacrilegious just spreading it out to show you. It doesn't really answer questions, it more asks them. Do you want it to ask you a question, Sam?
Ooh. I don't know if we do. Because don't forget, we're supposed to be incognito here. We're supposed to make sure that nobody knows who we actually are. What if it brings out an uncomfortable question about our actual, who we actually are? That's what I'm worried about here. That's a Kiwi. He's relaxed enough that he's not showing any signs of lying. Holding his leg, though, creates a barrier. Yeah, the hesitation was suspicious there. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about, Elena. Ask who killed Laura Palmer. Oh, now we have to do it. All right, let's say sure. Let's see what happens.
It wants to know if you're happy being the person you are now.
Yeah, I'm happy with who I am. Sure.
Mercury doesn't agree. In fact, if anything, and I could be wrong, it's suggesting that you're not even the person you're saying you are now. I've only had that reading once before.
Oh, that was a little worrisome. Alright, so there's only one person we have left to talk to that we haven't talked to yet, and that's the boyfriend.
Dark.
Let's go hail a
It's 6
kid.
o'clock, and you're listening to Radio August. Police investigating the murder of Dorota Shaw are appealing to the community to help catch her killer. The body of 21-year-old Miss Shaw, an accomplished cellist, was found in her home last night. Police are describing the murder as a violent and despicable act. Monroe?
It's just terrible. Meanwhile, out of respect for the victim and her family, this weekend's Tulip Festival has been postponed. New dates will be announced shortly, so do stay tuned to Radio August for updates.
I heard Dorota Shaw was due to play this weekend.
At the Tulip Festival?
Indeed. I understand why they'd want to postpone it. Tonight the weather will be mostly dry and warm, but be on the lookout for dark clouds on the horizon, as there may be scattered showers. Best take an umbrella, Monroe, so you don't get wet.
I like getting wet. That's 6 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
Alright, so that is the end of chapter 1, I believe. So we're already making some progress right here. Oh, I heard, believe me. That did not escape my notice. So I think we're good. I think we're going to go ahead to the next chapter. We already questioned everyone. So, yeah, let's move on.
Long after midnight, I went down to the churchyard where the winos hung out. There was a good chance.
So let's talk to Oscar first, the boyfriend, see what he's got to say.
I found one.
Who are you?
Let's see, the innuendo is strong with this game. I like it. Hey, I'm Sam. The Shaws hired me to investigate the murder. Hey, Renegade Hunter, welcome in. How are you doing today?
Right, because the local police are so rubbish. It's been a whole day. It's typical of them.
Alright, so... Did you see Dorota yesterday?
Yeah, I went round there in the afternoon. Her parents were at work, and we were, hanging out. I left at about 5.
It's been a day. A whole day, is what I'm hearing here, Rose. Where were you at 9 p.m. last night?
Playing football. It was just 5-a-side. Finished at about 9:30. I called her, but she never picked up.
Alright, so he's got an airtight alibi for 9, because, there's 9 other people that should be able to confirm where he was. So I'm not worried about that at all. Hanging out or making out? If he's not the killer, I don't care. Not important. Alright, what can you tell me about Dorota's parents?
Not much. They always seemed happy to see me. I don't think they meant it. They wanted Dorota to focus on her music.
Alright, how long were you and Dorota dating?
Not long, a couple of months maybe. But we did care for each other.
Alright. Yeah, we'd have to confirm it with his football pals, but that should be easy enough. Shadowline, welcome in. How are you doing today? Do you have any idea who would do this?
No, no one. She was really popular.
Is it possible the killer was hiding in Dorota's room?
What, you mean watching us? That's disturbing. No, it couldn't have been. The only place he could have hidden would be in the closet, and I suppose someone could have hidden in the closet.
Alright, these are both interesting options. So it could be someone hiding in there. There could have actually been someone hiding in the room. And we need to establish a timeline, so that's an interesting thing to consider right there. What if they say you went home early? True. True, we don't want to rule that out, Adversados. Yeah, he doesn't seem too broken up about it, that's true. It is an FMV game, too, so, you know, it could just be bad acting. Don't rule that out either. Yeah, must be a big closet then, huh?
Yeah. It's big enough for 2 people to have sex in.
Oh!
On all fours.
Oh! Thanks for that. Okay. I got it. Yeah, that's an image. Cool, thanks. I don't know if I want to say this or if I want to trash this. I mean, he's going somewhere, but I have a feeling he's winding down himself. And I don't know if I want to push him on this or if that's gonna get us pushed out. What do you guys think? Should we press him on his nighttime habits? Yeah, that's a weird question to ask. Let's go ahead and trash that one. Or no, Elena says press. Anybody else? I'm honestly not sure, because if we trash it, he might just be shutting down anyway. John says do it. Do which? Trash it or press? Oh no, we got a lot of press here. We got a lot of press, alright.
She had a few kinks, nothing weird.
What do you mean by kinks? Tell us all the gory details.
Yeah, a band from the 60s. I'm not discussing this with you.
Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. What was in the closet then, besides you and Dorota and the Nasty?
Clothes, mainly. I did see something that freaked me out a bit. She had a wedding dress in there. She knew I'd seen it, but we never talked about it. Not even as a joke.
Why would Dorota have a wedding dress in her closet? A little strange. I don't know why it's freaking her out, but that is odd. That is unusual.
To it. Yours can go on quietly.
Let's check in with the chief.
I once had
See what he's got to say.
Any more news on Oscar Wainwright?
Oscar says he was playing football last night.
Yep, that's what he told me too. Not a suspect.
I see. Who is on your suspect list?
Just the tarot readers. No one else is remotely suspicious compared to them.
What about Dorota's family?
Dorota's an only child. She lived with her mum and dad. Monday night was movie night, so they'd go and watch the 8 o'clock at the Odeon. Dorota would get the house to herself. They're devastated, naturally. They left town to stay with relatives. They didn't do it, Sam. Although, perhaps I should have made them stay.
Yes? Cripes. Alright, so... that face right there, my god. Oh, jinx. So what we're hearing right here is that Dorota's parents were always out of the house at this time of the murder. So someone might have known that. That's interesting. Yeah, it could have just been a family member's. I don't want to read too deeply into that one. Is real life a game? It is, and I'm winning it like crazy, Broken Crow, let me tell you. Alright, what do we know?
Rain says he was praying in his room, alone. Nobody corroborates. Bronwyn and Lexi say they were in the same room last night. Shame they can't agree which one. Oscar's not a suspect. He was playing football last night with lots of witnesses. According to Oscar, Dorota had a wedding dress in her closet, which is strange. Violet says she doesn't remember last night, but I've got that in hand. That's it.
Why is he so comfortable with Violet being not a suspect? He won't tell us why. I don't know, something about that's not sitting right with me, I'm not sure.
After midnight and
Alright, let's head back to the guest house then.
Glazed over with large pupils. The spots on his neck seem to shine in the distant neon. I can smell his breath, sour.
Alright, let's start with Violet again. See if she's got anything new to say. Alright, Violet, do you have any idea why someone would kill Dorota?
She flaunts herself. Her body. Had boudoir photographs taken. Who do you think those photos were for, Sam? Her mother?
Ooh, both of these are delicious options. Oh, both of these are really good options, and I'm pretty sure we're only going to get to pick one as well. Is this real life, or is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. It sounds like you know an awful lot about Dorota, Violet.
Not really, just gossip. Apparently she went to have some portrait photos done and started stripping off. Weston's photographic. Zach Weston. He'll get himself into trouble one of these days.
Alright, new name to talk to, but why do you think Zach's gonna get himself into trouble?
If you keep taking pictures of pretty girls in their underwear, somebody's going to get upset.
Probably. Yeah. Tell me about the Zach Weston guy, then.
Zach's the local photographer. You should go and talk to him, Sam. You're good at talking.
Do you know where he is?
At Weston's Photographic, off the high road. It's late, but he's always there.
How do you know that?
I have a good memory. I'm still holding grudges from when I was 4.
Yeah, she's... Wow! How is she this weird? Eversados, I got my whole WoW guild singing Bohemian Rhapsody line by line. In guild chat once was glorious, Mr. Responsible Leader. You need to. You need to. Once you see enough lines, you just need to start singing along. Yeah, we're not going to ask about Oscar because I'm not really worried about Oscar, so let's go ahead and leave.
Lethargy fills me as I wait in the rain.
Let's go talk to him next. I think that's the next course of action.
And depressed, and as I think about the weeks ahead of me,
oh, we don't have an option actually.
To see if they're going to catch me this time.
Interesting.
I pay the driver and head for the back of the bus, sit by a window and watch London go by as...
We might need to talk to the chief before we get that. Or maybe we need to go to our room, I'm not sure. Let's try going to our room.
Your ability isn't endless. It will run out at some point.
Alright, so here we see the other unique option of the game, which is interesting, which is we can shapeshift into any character that we've met before. And once we shapeshift into other characters will respond to us as if we were those characters. So this is what the room is for. I was waiting for this to pop up. From this point on, anytime we want, we can pop back to our own room and turn into someone else. Yeah, that is tricky. That is very tricky because, you know, these people are all around. We could turn into the wrong person and perhaps get caught. And what did the guy say at the beginning of the game? Don't get caught. That's what he said. Yeah, we need some more info yet, so let's not start doing that just yet. But that's something interesting. We could play with that. If we needed to go down a certain road, we could play with that.
As fast as his arthritis would allow him. He was looking
no children, sorry. Let's go talk to Bronwyn again. Let's see. Did you know Dorota's boyfriend by any chance?
Yes, he came to see me.
Really?
He wanted to know that she was okay, spiritually speaking.
Spirit? Did he tell you anything about Dorota?
He confided in me quite a bit, actually.
Really?
He seemed to appreciate having someone to talk to, and he knew I couldn't tell anyone what he said.
Oh, no, we can't do that, kid. No. That is hella suspicious. That's just, no. That's being douchebaggery right there. Sheena's doppelganger. Basically, tonight we were doing that. Press her into a liar out in the other. I wasn't sure. You thinking we should actually try it? Alright.
Oh, Sam. You know I can't do that. Tarot reader client confidentiality.
Oh yeah, that's probably a thing. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it is. Look, Bronwyn, Lexi says she was in her room last night, not yours. That seems like a bit of a discrepancy, wouldn't you say?
Oh, she gets easily confused. Youth of today.
Alright. Ooh. But how do we press? Do we go soft? Or do we go hard? Yeah, see, Kiwi, now they're screwing with us. Now they're screwing with us here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Your lying seems too direct. I don't like that one. Bronwyn, tell me the truth.
Fine. Jeeve Dupont was breathing down our necks, so we thought it would be simpler if we stuck together. If these walls weren't separating our rooms, then technically it'd be true.
Look, we're asking you about your alibi for a murder, Bronwyn. Why would you lie?
To protect Lexi. None of this is her fault, and she gets anxious easily. I was just trying to take the pressure off. I'm sorry, Sam. I never usually lie.
Oh my god, this game is making it so hard with the options. It's always so difficult to pick these. Like, I want to ask both, but I'm sure I'm not going to get to ask both. Oh, you're a lying liar who lies about lying while lying! Brutal. She's a vampire. Oh wait, wrong game. What were you doing in your room then?
I was logged into Tarotasm. It's a phone reading service and I get paid by the minute. Which, now that I'm saying it, it's not something I really should be bragging about.
No, that's real dumb. That's real dumb and that's embarrassing, Bronwyn, but... Alright, so we got that.
Fits in the palm of your hand.
Alright, let's go touch base with Lexi again then.
Hi Sam, back for more already?
Look, Lexi, did you know Dorota's boyfriend at all?
No, I think Bronwyn met him though.
Yeah, do you know what for?
You'd have to ask her, or him. It's not my place to say.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We are definitely gonna do that. Easy to confirm for an alibi. That is true, Elena. That is very true. We might be able to talk to the chief about that. We'll see. Hey, Lexi, why did you lie about your alibi?
I didn't. How did you find out? Am I in trouble?
Oh no! And once again, the question is not do we press her, it's how hard do we press. Oh, I'm loving this. Kiwi and Elena are both saying let's go hard. Yes, it's an obstruction of justice, Lexi.
It was only a little white lie, nothing else. It wasn't even that much of a lie. We're both here, in the guest house. We just happen to be in different rooms.
Do you have any proof?
If I had proof, Ron wouldn't have made this all up. I'm sorry, Sam, I really am. I know how this must look, but I couldn't kill anything, honest.
Alright, so it turns out that Lexi doesn't appear to have any alibi at all. Rain doesn't have an alibi because he was alone in his room praying. Bronwyn might have an alibi if she was actually on the telephone tarot service. Lexi doesn't appear to have anything. Nothing whatsoever. Bron, you got some splaining to do. See, question are Bronwyn and Ooh. I can only hope. That sounds nice and saucy. I mean, let's go talk to Rain real quick.
Her life.
Sam, what can I do for you?
See, that could just, and I was wondering if that's a thing, or maybe it could just be one of the ticks that came up, because they need to have these little clips that sit there. She needs to be doing something. Rain, how did you get Dorota's name from the tarot? I'm a little unclear on how one card gets you a name.
We didn't. Lexi used a Ouija board to get the name.
Alright, that's interesting too. So Lexi is the one that got the name. Lexi got name. Alright. So that's another thing. Yeah, he does. He creeps me out a little bit as well. He is the creepiest of the three, I think, there, Owen. Let's see. Hey, Viltrikin, welcome in. How are you doing today? We are a shapeshifter, and we are investigating a murder. Viltrikin, you haven't missed too much. We're still kind of getting started, but I'm having so much fun so far. Alright, so a Ouija board, you say?
It's Lexi's thing. I don't personally go near them, but in this case, it did help.
But couldn't you just use the Ouija board on its own then?
No. Lexi needs to give it context from the tarot reading. A lot of the time, it comes up with nothing. Or a sordid comment directed at Lexi. I think that's why she keeps using it, to be honest.
Alright, tell me more about the Ouija board.
Once we thought there was going to be a murder, Lexi used the Ouija board to find out the victim's name. It spelled out the rota.
So how does that work?
This is going to sound weird. Most people believe Ouija boards contact the dead.
Right.
So if Lexi contacts a dead person, that person needs to know what happens in the future. Ergo, maybe the person she's contacting is from the future. A time traveler who died here.
And now, of course, we've got a trash option. Interesting. Viltrikin, you ran to your PC when you saw that notification? Oh, welcome in, Viltrikin. Bronwyn is either Welsh and Irish, and no one ever suspects them to be up to anything. Everyone is evil, even the guest house lady. The only innocent one is the inept chief. I don't know, he's hiding something. We know he's hiding something from us. About Violet, I'm not sure. It's John Connor! Oh my gosh, using a Ouija board to contact John Connor. So wait, you're telling me time travel's real, Rain?
Yes. Well, not just time travel, time and space travel is also possible. If we accept the fact there are multiple realities, we must also accept there are others like us who found a way to travel between these realities.
Okay, interesting. I want to point out one other point about the UI in this game. You notice how these options have little carrots in front of them right there? I've noticed that means we can ask all of those options. So we're not choosing either or for this one. We can go down the list. So hey, Lexi mentioned that you're here to do a job.
We're trying to save people.
Ooh. How sassy do we want to be, Chad? Holy crap. Holy crap. Let's see. Oh, and he's hiding the fact that he's inept and still managed to make Chief. Well, what does he know specifically? What does he know specifically about Violet that he's not telling us? Why does he know for certain that Violet isn't a killer? Watched Sliders so many times. I was just thinking of Sliders. I was glad it wasn't just me. So, Rain, it doesn't seem like it's working, if I might be totally honest.
I said we're trying. We have a gift. We have Mercury, the tarot. It tells us where bad things are going to happen, and we try and stop them.
Rain, where were you folks before August?
Birmingham. We couldn't save anyone there either. The problem with travelers is... Well, let's put a pin in this one, Sam.
Wait, no. Birmingham travelers?
Let me ask Bronwyn. If she says it's okay to talk about it, it's okay to talk about it.
Ooh. Alright, this actually seems like the first time that shapeshifting might be useful. We could go back to our room, we could turn into Bronwyn, and we could come in and say, hey Rain, it's us, Bronwyn. You should definitely tell that detective, who isn't a detective, just a nice man named Sam, absolutely everything about Birmingham. I was thinking that, Australis. That would seem to be the most straightforward answer, but I'm not sure. So you're like a tarot union of superheroes, I guess? But I'm pretty sure one of them is actually a serial killer, Owen, which is the problem. Let's see. Braun now seems like, even though she said she doesn't usually lie, told the others to lie. Yeah, you know, I didn't think about that either, Elena. So yeah, I think we should shapeshift into Bronwyn. I think we should. Let's try this. We've never tried shapeshifting before.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn. I'm Bronwyn.
So that's the other thing. Before, I've been reading all of the comments, but once you're shapeshifted, all of the comments are narrated by whatever character you're actually shapeshifted into, which is pretty cool. Let's see, Thorngar, let me just observe. We're talking about time travel and multiple realities, but in the context of a world in which someone can shapeshift. Yeah, that's true. In this universe, it might not be absurd either. Might actually be a thing. We might have to. It might be a plot point. We got to think about that. Never shapeshifted in a game about shapeshifting? I was actually told, or I read anyway from the devs, that it is possible to beat the game without ever shapeshifting, but you will miss a lot of content that way. Let's see, Elena, you want to turn into one of the others and then go see Bronwyn, see if she threatens them or tells them to change their story. We could do that as well. But first, I want to see if we can get Rain to open up a little bit. So let's try this.
Together.
Let's see how this works.
Well, you weren't far off, I'll be honest, Poe.
Back to Rain.
Different...
You can tell Sam about Birmingham.
Alright, so yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Well, what can I tell Sam that you haven't already?
You know Sam likes a fact check.
Yeah.
I don't really know Sam. But if you're sure, then I guess I'm sure.
What did you tell the police you were doing last night?
Yeah, let's go ahead and ask that as well.
I told them the truth, that I was in my room. I'm not sure if they can fact check it, but it's the only alibi I've got. Kind of wish we'd all stuck together now.
When should we do another reading?
I'd say I don't really care about the second option. I don't know why we'd ask about that. So let's do the first one about the reading.
You already told us. 8 o'clock. Bron, are you okay?
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's cool.
They are, and you said that the sharks don't seem to notice you because you're just carrying on as normal. But Marek, what I'd like to say to you
Let's
is
go back to the room. It's fine, Kiwi. It's fine. It's all right. No problem. All right, so Elena, you want me to turn into somebody else and go see Bronwyn, but which of the two? Rain or Lexi? Kiwi, you want me to turn into Rain and go see, you want me to go turn into Rain and go see Bronwyn? And Elena, you want me to turn into Lexi and go see Bronwyn? Elena, you asked first, so let's try that. Let's turn into Lexi and then go see Bronwyn.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm Lexi.
Alright, so we got Lexi right here.
8 for Emma, and 1 for me.
And let's go visit Bronwyn, see what happens.
Reload them.
Dorota had a boyfriend.
That's the only option we have to ask. Do we want to ask that, chat? Let's see, Thorngar, I'd suggest turning into Chief and going to Violet. If my suspicions are correct, you'll learn a lot. Ooh, I hadn't even considered that, Thorngar. Ooh, that could get exciting in a hurry, couldn't it? Yeah, we might. Oh man, we might have to try that now. Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and leave. That's not really getting us anything interesting. What's the rating on this game? Don't ask, do not tell. I'm completely innocent, Owen. I have no idea, and therefore am not at fault.
Too fast for Jim.
Head back to the room. Alright, so let's see, Kiwi, you wanted me to turn into Rain, and then you'll talk to Bronwyn. Let's try that real quick.
Hello, I'm Rain.
So let's try that next.
Or some such bullshit. Sent down to the vault for further military evaluation.
Don't forget the group reading, Ray. By which I mean, if you see Lexi, tell her not to forget the group reading.
What's the plan?
Yeah, what's the plan then?
We still don't know what we're dealing with. There's every chance that it could just be a normal human murder.
What if it's not a normal human murder?
Then we have to assume that it's some kind of traveller.
Like in Birmingham? A traveller from where?
Ooh, we gotta be careful right here, because if we do the first option, it could be that we're asking a question about something that we should already know about, is the question. Let's see, Kiwi, this is a very interesting game. You like it already? Good. I'm glad I'm liking this too. Vilchkin, I wonder how much of strange shapeshifting is. I wonder as well. I'm very curious. We don't really know too much about our character right here.
Like in Birmingham?
Yeah, like in Birmingham.
Eyes locked, I put that ninth bullet straight through her skull.
Alright, so...
Spraying crimson, she spills backward onto the concrete.
Let me scroll back a little bit. Let's see who jumped in there first.
My legs fail, and I slide my back against the steel. Jimmy's empty gun falls to the floor. All that's left is my sobbing. And the sprinklers. Until Emma, slowly...
Let's see, Thorngar, I think we're going to have to do your suggestion. I think we're going to have to.
Hi, I'm Chief DuPont.
Wait. Oh, it was weird the screen went black for a second there. Alright, so, we're Chief DuPont now. We don't have to worry about bumping into him here, I don't think. So, let's go talk to Violet.
The mossy slab beside Carnby Stream.
Why is Sam still questioning me? Do I need to bring up Mr. Hedges again?
Are you threatening me?
Wait! Does Violet have blackmail material on the Chief? Oh shit! Oh shit, this took a turn. Well, we obviously can't do the second here, because whoever Mr. Hedges is, clearly the Chief would know that. So, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's threatening me, but we're gonna go that route. Let's see, Kiwi, you'd also like to visit Rain as Lexi. Oh, that was the other one I was looking for. I think we'll do that next. Let's see, LTG couldn't play anything with sexy times on Twitch anyway. Actually, sexy times in games are acceptable as long as it is not the focus of the game and as long as the game is not rated adults only. It's a gray area.
Excuse me? Of course not. We just agreed that with the meds I'm on, stuff like this might get out. Remember?
DeLong, did you murder her? Long squirms.
What? What? Stuff like this might get out. What stuff? What stuff? Hang on. Hang on. I kind of want to visit the Chief as Violet now, too. Well, let's go visit Rain as Lexi first. Let's do that.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm Lexi.
Alright, so...
From bang, bang, bang! The bullets whip holes through her chest and...
I feel sad for Oscar.
That's an odd option. Do we actually want to take that option, or should we abort here, chat? What do you think? Oh yeah, Witcher 3, or, you know, all of Conan. Literally everything about the Conan MMO. Consider that as well. Hey, Stereo Parade! Welcome in, Stereo! Stereo Parade, hey Seamus. The Zigzagoon from, oh my god. The Zigzagoon K ran from, welcome in. Tyler G. And Red Leader Wedge, welcome in. Welcome in everybody from Stereo's chat. Anybody that doesn't know me, my name is Shane. That is Shane is Games. I play the obscure, unusual, and nostalgic, and today we're going weird as hell with the Shapeshifting Detective, the brand spanking new FMV game from the people that made the infectious madness of Dr. Decker, and so far it's goddamn amazing. I'm loving it. And Zero, good to see you as well. Welcome in everyone. Can I get a shout out for Stereo as well? Stereo is amazing. FMV is back. I hope it's back. I really want it to be back. Stereo, you can tell it's the same people. There's even some actors in here. There's one actor from Dr. Decker, and there's two actors from Contradiction as well, which just makes me giddy. Oh, I love it. Stereo, how are you doing today? How was your stream? I saw you were playing, what, Stardew? I think you were playing Stardew today, if I remember correctly. Yeah, how is your stream? How is everything? And Stereo, luckily, you can't get too many spoilers about the game, or you can't get infinite spoilers about the game, because it turns out that in this game there are 3 potential killers, and the game randomizes who actually did the murder every time you play. So even if you were to watch this game all the way to the ending, does not mean that if you played the game yourself, it would have the same ending. And there are some events in the game that are actually randomized as well. When characters are under pressure, they have randomized responses for what may happen. So yeah, there's replay value in this game. Holy shit, I love it. I love everything about it. There's no spoilers, only options. I know, isn't that great? Oh, it's so great. Because that means that as a streamer, you can watch it and not necessarily get spoiled. And as a viewer, you can watch it and still have a good incentive to go buy the game and play it yourself. Incidentally, go buy this game. I need more FMVs in my life. I need them. I need them. So the question I was asking before the raid, before that awesome raid full of awesome people, is should we actually...
I feel sad for Oscar.
I don't think so. You know, I don't think he knows anything about Oscar. So we're not going to do that. We're going to back out. Although, we know that Oscar...
hair with seaweed and tentacles.
Oh, Kiwi, you think we should? All right.
With an eyeball.
All right. We'll go ask it
I feel
then.
sad for Oscar.
Bronwyn said to stay away from him and the family. We're drawing too much attention to ourselves. We won't be able to finish our job.
Job?
Are you wearing a wire? You know why we're here. Don't make me say it.
Say it.
Oh no. Oh no. See, here's the other mechanic for people just joining us. There's 2 unique mechanics in this game, unique to other FMVs, which is, or unique to other adventure games. Number 1, you can shapeshift into other characters. And then when you talk to a character, they will respond to you as if you're the character that you're pretending to be. So right now you can see down in the bottom left corner, we are pretending to be a character by the name of Lexi. And so that's who he thinks we are. The other unique mechanic is the trash can, which is we can trash options if we think it would be disastrous to actually say it. So we're thinking right now it might be disastrous to press him here. Oh, Rin says to say it, but Kiwi and LTG both are thinking this is a trap. So I'm thinking this might be a trap. No, we gotta back out. No, I'm gonna trash it. Oh, damn it! Well, we didn't get anything secret out of that, unfortunately. You love renegade runs. I just don't want to get caught. That's the one rule. Don't get caught. We can't get caught. We must not.
A human mind to wear, like a shell for hermit crab. I agreed to help the bag lady with its...
See, I'm not sure about that,
Yes.
Kiwi. I'm not sure Violet's all that important overall. But I do know...
To the bag lady.
I do know I want to visit the chief as Violet. I want to visit the chief as Violet real bad. So I think we're going to do that next.
Hello, I'm Violet. I'm Violet.
I want to do that next because I think that could be crazy.
Was an approximation of its first victim. A homeless lady
Alright,
named
so
Bethany.
let's hail a cab.
Bethany had lived a life of addiction.
And visit the chief.
Survived on a...
Violet.
Hey,
Sam
yes.
knows about Mr. Hedges.
Ooh, yes.
I'll handle it, Violet. Just get back to the guest house. Unless something else you need?
Damn, no, nothing else. What are they hiding?
Decomposed. Not decomposing flesh, but decomposing
What are the two of
reality.
them hiding?
A twisted amalgam.
I don't know if we're barking up the wrong tree right there. Probably are, but... Owen. Oh, he was the guy who was big in the sliders idea, too. That's true, that's true. Yeah, I don't want to make anybody suspicious here, either. We're trying to keep it low-key. Yeah, I don't know. The game might not know timing in here arguments. That's the thing I'm trying to think is a metagame. The other thing I kind of want to do... Follow me here, chat. So we know that Oscar, the boyfriend, visited Bronwyn, and apparently they had a long conversation. But then Bronwyn told Rain and Lexi to stay away from the boyfriend. Now, maybe that's nothing, but that seems pretty suspicious. So, I think we either ought to go visit Bronwyn as Oscar, or go visit Oscar as Bronwyn. Maybe both. That's what I'm thinking for the next thing. I'm very curious. Hey, Wombles, welcome in. It has been a while. How on earth have you been, Wombles? It's good to see you. Seamus and Shane dual stream? That would be cool. I'd be down for that sometime. Oh, the closet. Why'd you have to bring that back in? Jenks is in here, stereo. That gives me so much joy. Alright, so... Alright, yeah, let's turn back into Sam right now. Alright, let's quick pop into the Chief's place and see if he says anything new. Wombles, I am doing fantastic. How have you been? How has everything been going with you? Hope it's been good.
Worm had to be told when talking with coworkers and asset.
It's 7 o'clock, and here's the latest August update. Chief DuPont of August Police is urging residents to be vigilant tonight following the brutal murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw. Whilst he stresses there is no immediate threat to the community at large, residents should be on the lookout until the killer is in police custody. Miss Shaw was found strangled in her bedroom home last night. Poe, I heard she was found by her mother.
Truly awful. Mother caught me up to all sorts of mischief in my bedroom. Also in the news, emergency services were called to the crossroads at Grange Avenue and Church Street following a collision between two cars. There are no reports of any serious injuries, but you might want to take a different route for now.
Oh no. It's going to be one of those nights, Poe.
Stay with me, doll. I'll keep you safe.
I'm not going anywhere. That's 7 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
It's too creep me right out. Oh, you're watching stereo. Good pick, Wombles. I like it. So yeah, we can go to the next chapter, but I don't want to yet. I don't want to because I want to keep investigating. There's some other things I want to find out. So we're not going to leave just this moment yet. Wait, when did I take acid? That's a very complex question, Wombles, and I can't answer it for you. Girl of Tomorrow, welcome in. How are you doing today? Always a pleasure to see you. Oh, right, the Mercury reading, we can sneak in there, too. That's true. All right, so let's keep investigating for the moment, and then we'll head to the next chapter in a bit.
If I was the owner. So I said yes, which is true in a way.
All right, so... should we ask about Mr. Hedges straight up? Just go straight for the neck here of the question? I also noticed we can talk about Bronwyn and Lexi lying, but there is a trash next to that, so consider that as well. Let's see, so who is Mr. Hedges exactly?
Violet told you about Mr. Hedges?
Oh, ooh. I mean, Violet didn't tell us about Mr. Hedges. Violet told DuPont about Mr. Hedges. Technically, so what do we want to say? Do we want to admit? Would that make him too suspicious? She mentioned it, but she didn't know she was mentioning it to us, is the problem. Let's see, Owen, go to Lexi as Rain and tell her the Mercury... Ooh! Lie about the time of the Mercury reading. That could be interesting, Owen. That's smart, I like that. Girl, tomorrow you were at your local esports bar watching you on the TV. Oh, seriously? Awesome! Hey, esports folks! That's awesome, Girl, tomorrow. Also, I like the fact you have a local esports bar. That is badass. We don't have any of those anywhere near me. I'm impressed. Gotta keep up appearances. I love you. I love me too. Aw, Wobbles. Are you sure? Ooh. Alright, let's see. Yeah, alright, yes.
Mr. Hedges was one of August's homeless. Actually, probably our only homeless person. We're pretty well off here.
Wait, is that his actual name?
No, we called him Mr. Hedges because, well, that's where we found him.
Yeah, I'm listening on my phone as I posted a couple pics on Discord. Awesome! Awesome! I want to see. I'd love to see what an esports bar looks like. I'm impressed. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let's go ahead and ask him what happened.
I asked Violet to put him up one night, and of all the nights he could have died, he croaked it at the guest house.
What? I think we might want to trash this one, though. I'm not sure we want to start implying anything here. Hi, picture of Dorota. Just slowly tapping it, slow motion right there. Oh, it's a direct link to the image. Excellent. Oh, that is awesome. Kiwi, you think I should? All right. I'll mention too for any new viewers to the chat. Normally I have a no backseating rule in this channel, but anytime I play an adventure game like this one, that rule is basically out the window. As long as you don't have any foreknowledge of the game, feel free to suggest anything and everything at any time. It's open season. Help me out with this mystery chat.
No, of course not. That's what Violet thinks, but I just drove him off to the morgue and had him processed. Don't tell Violet that, though. We need her on our side.
Wait, what? Why does Violet think you buried him? What is going on here? I'm very confused. Kiwi, you have no foreknowledge. I'm still expecting zombies. Me too, IRL, as well as everything else. Can you sex up the Jenks, though? I mean, if we can, if there is a way, Stereo. I'm gonna go digging for it, and we're gonna make that happen, and this will be the most X-rated stream on Twitch. I'll take the ban. If that's what gets me banned, I'll take it. We'll make that happen. I'll take the bullet, Stereo. Backseating is allowed when playing FMVs because Shayna's Games needs to blame us when we get shoved out the airlock by Lois Lane. Basically, I like spreading the blame around in most situations right here. You don't trust him, but the problem is, Kiwi, he may be able to confirm Bronwyn's alibi, and we need somebody to confirm that. But yeah, I don't want to push him in any direction just yet if we don't want to go any direction just yet. Yeah, the barmaid in Tex Murphy Under a Killing Moon was Margot Kidder, who played Lois Lane in the old Superman movies. And she did definitely shoot us a whole bunch. And also have her goon toss us out the airlock. We died a lot to Lois Lane. No, you still don't trust him, Kiwi? Alright, we'll leave here for right now. And we're gonna head back to the guest house.
Dark Nights with Poe and Monroe.
Never trust anyone.
Why?
Alright, so... like I said, the thing I want to do is I either want to visit the boyfriend as Bronwyn, or I want to visit Bronwyn as the boyfriend. Maybe both. Because they were meeting, apparently. And I'm still not entirely sure why, or why Bronwyn would be meeting with him and then suddenly tell everyone, hey, don't have any contact with them. That could be a red herring, but that seems suspicious. Go to Lexi as Rain. We haven't tried that yet either. We can do that.
Hello, I'm Rain. I'm Rain.
Alright, so,
And
we're
shoot,
Rain.
guard that dumpster and chase the rest of the street
And
off.
let's head over to Lexi's.
What do you think of Sam?
That's the only question we can ask. Oh, that's an interesting question, sure.
Oh, I'll totally hit that. Apart from the whole investigating Bronwyn for murder thing, of course. But that's a minor flaw. I can work around it.
I hear Sam likes you too.
Ooh! Oh no! Oh no! This is not investigation. This is not no. No, that is not. That is not how you investigate things. Oh God! Oh God! I'm seeing a lot of yeses. I'm seeing a lot of yeses in chat. All right, I am at your mercy here, chat.
Really? Well, you know, I'm not surprised. I am a total babe.
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. All right, it's fine.
And I believe I'm immortal.
Yeah, Stereo. Now I'm like, where's my Careless Whisper button? Where did I put that? Where did I put the Careless Whisper button? I need that. Oh my goodness. I would have taken a game over for that, Owen. I think I would have. Can I change into Shayna's games? Unfortunately, Sam has not met me, so he can't do that. Oh no, Owen. Oh no. Oh no. This is okay. Sure, let's we're already inside of the rabbit hole. I guess let's see how deep it goes. Alright, so no, we cannot knock boots. So luckily, Girl of Tomorrow's Sports Bar, you are safe. We're not going to get too adult rated just yet. But we can ask her some interesting questions. Tell me about your Ouija board, Lexi.
Oh, it's just your run-of-the-mill spirit communication device. Want to know how it works?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Cool, okay. So Ouija boards send us messages from the spirit world, right? But where is the spirit world? I mean, there's planets and stars in space. The spirit world must be really far away beyond all that.
Go on.
With so far to travel, messages from the spirit world must take ages to get here. Like how light from the sun takes 8 minutes or something to reach us. You still with me?
Hooked on every word.
Oh, you're sweet. Where was I? Oh, so here's my point. The spirit world is actually several hours ahead of us. That's how we get messages about things that haven't happened yet. That's how we got Dorota's name. Because in the spirit world, she was already dead.
Alright, I'm done. That is spooky, though. That is very weird and spooky. Run away! I also got an achievement for listening to her entire story there. I want to mention that. All in. Girl of Tomorrow. Elena, you like Lexi's dress? It is really cute. I like it. I like it as well. I don't want one myself, but I like it. Owen, alright, that is totally not how math or space or time works, lady. Let her have this, Owen. It's okay. She's special. Do the wow thing! What was the achievement? It was called Patient Listener, is all. Wow!
I know. Mind-blowing.
Alright, now the question is, should we ask her about the Traveler? Because we only learned that one through shapeshifting. So if she asks us where we heard the term shapeshifter, we might be in trouble. But luckily, Lexi seems kind of naive, if things get shifty, so we could have an out there, potentially. Now, we could get caught out, Kiwi. That's true. It could be a little risky right there. Alright, so yeah, we won't ask her about that.
Skin shedding relates
We'll just
to
take off for
personal
right now.
transformation.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I was close, but...
Alright, so we can end the chapter here if we want to. The question is, does anyone in chat agree about my thing about Bronwyn and the boyfriend, or is that too much of a risk? Should we go out a limb and try that one? Kiwi, you think we should? You think we should? I think this is very risky, because we don't know anything that they spoke about, so if either one of us starts pressing us, we could be in a lot of trouble right there.
I'm Oscar. Is there anything else I can do?
Alright, so Kiwi said boyfriend visiting Bronwyn first, and then we'll try the other way around. We will do that. LTG, you're too nerdy for your own good? No, I don't think you can ever be too nerdy. Or at least I'm not sure. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this.
She said, as Penn reached for a slice of bread. If Penn even thought about opening the fridge.
Oh, nobody there.
It had been easy to...
So Bronwyn's room is empty right now, so we can't do that. So maybe we can try that later, is all. So let's try the other way around. We'll try the other way around then.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn.
Let's see. Oh, and Bronwyn seems bossy and smart. If Oscar shows up after presumably being told... Oh, that's true, Owen. I hadn't even thought of that. That's clever. Let's see. Kiwi also wanted to see me visit the boyfriend as the chief. I'm curious why. Oh, she's doing the reading right now? I thought it was supposed to be a group reading, though. And it's not... I don't think it's 8 yet, is it? No, we haven't gone to the next chapter. Once we go to the next chapter, then it's 8, I think. Because we didn't go to the next chapter yet. So time hasn't quite rolled over just yet. Alright, so we're Bronwyn now. So let's go ahead and leave.
Only one kind would do. The African Grey was a good fit for Mother.
Let's go visit us here.
Didn't expect you to come back. Have you contacted Dorota?
No. Yes. She forgives you. Yes. She says you know who killed her.
Alright, option 3 is definitely dumb, and we're not doing that. And option 2 is very, very risky. I kind of like top option. I think we might have to go with top option right there. Kiwi, shouldn't the chief visit all possible suspects? I think the chief already has talked to all the possible suspects. Because they mentioned they were talking to the police before. No, let's go now. Let's go now.
Oh, so you've just come to see me?
I'm sorry the police ignored our prediction. Do you get on with Dorota's family?
I definitely want to ask this first. I think that'd be good. Hey Dottie, welcome in. We are playing an FMV game called The Shapeshifting Detective. Just came out 3 days ago. I do love me some FMVs. How are you doing today, Dottie?
Not really. Especially not now. I'm convinced I got her into the wrong crowd or something. Am I really a bad influence?
Yes. No.
Oh jeez, we have to answer. We have to answer. Is he a bad influence? Is he? I don't know if he's a bad influence. I mean, he does like closet banging, but I mean, who hasn't done a little bit of that in their time? Console him. Everybody's saying no, you're not a bad influence. You're not.
Thanks, Bronwyn. I know it's a bit soon, but maybe we can grab coffee sometime? Just to chat.
It's less than 24 hours, dude. Holy shit. Wow. Wow, dude. Dude. Wow. practically stepping over her corpse to ask the lady out. What the hell? Nina just got out of a scary situation. Your hot water system nearly blew up. I see nearly, so I hope that means everyone's safe and not too much damage there, Nina. Welcome in. And sorry to hear that happened. Yeah, wow. Go on a date with Creepy, not upset about his girlfriend death a day afterwards? I mean, we're probably not sticking around that long. Might be just a bit soon, Viltrikin. Yeah, let the corpse cool. Kiwi, you want me to say yes? Oh, I guess we want more information out of him.
That would be nice.
The only problem is if he tries to call Bronwyn later in the evening, then we are in deep trouble, but sure, let's try.
I like you, Bronwyn. How about soon? How about tonight? I can come to the guest house?
No, oh no!
No, you can't.
No, we need to abort! No, we need to abort! Mistakes have been made! Oh god! Oh god! Alright, no, we can't have him doing that. No. Let's pull back. Let's pull back away from that. No, you can't come to the guest house. No, you absolutely cannot come to the guest house. That would be, no, thanks.
Maybe another time then.
I'm sorry the police ignored our prediction.
Oh, for some reason we can press the bad influence thing. That's interesting. I need like a big abort button on the wall for whenever I've done terrible things and need to get out, which is far more often than it should be. Hey, Trey Dog, welcome in. But if the crazy guy shows up and she blows him off, then we have a whole second murder to solve. I don't need more murders on my plate. One is plenty. All right, Kiwi, you want to press?
You're
All right.
Really a bad influence.
That's okay. I'm used to the abuse. Hey, maybe we could hang out together after all.
Sure. I wasn't offering.
No. I think we have to abort again? Like, why is he pushing this right now? The mistakes were made button. If I had one of those for real life, Australis, it would be pretty worn out right now. Why does... No, stop trying to...
Oh, okay. That's kind of rude, but fine.
I'm sorry the police ignored our prediction.
I don't think we need to ask the other one. I'm not sure we're going to get anything out of that. Oh, we can ask if you folks want to, but I'm not sure. An abort/eject/you done effed up emote? Ooh, that could be a thing, Owen. I might have to look into it. I've actually got an idea for my tier 3 emote. But I have to talk to my channel artists, see if they think it's viable. But I do have an idea, finally. That slot has been empty for far too long. Let's go ahead and ask.
The police ignored our prediction.
It's okay. Just, how did you know? How did you come up with a name and then she's gone?
She's not gone. She's waiting to pass. How could someone even get into Dorota's bedroom?
Sure.
The usual way. The front door. Like, it's a townhouse and she's on the 3rd floor. So, other than teleporting or a big ladder, that's the only way.
Alright, so that actually is useful information. So anyone that wanted to get into Dorota's house would have had to take the front door. That's actually legitimately good information. The other thing we know is that Dorota was found naked, but there was no signs of sexual activity. We still don't have a motive yet either, so that's something we need to be thinking about as well.
So hard. My hands trembled as I put the car in park, and I just...
Oh, like, Elena, you're thinking like the little sirens? That's true. That is why I got the sirens, because I'm like, that seems like a perfect thing to have in chat there. Alright, so, unless anyone else has anything pressing you want to do, I think we should go ahead to the next chapter. That'll advance time to 8 o'clock, which is when the group reading is supposed to happen. That'll give us some new responses, and we'll have a new person to talk to as well, the photographer, Zach. I think that's probably going to be our best bet. Yeah, let's go ahead to the next day. Stew is in the oven. Amazing, Rin. I hope it's hope it makes the whole house smell delicious too. That's always nice. Oh yeah, we have a visit Violet. We'll go do that on the way out then. And Elena, you're thinking we should go to the reading as Sam. I mean, I don't see why not. Why shouldn't we pop in and see what we can learn about that? I think that's a smart idea.
Gut when you know something awful is going to happen.
Yeah, let's go pop in to visit Violet as Sam first. Hey, Violet. And we don't have anything interesting to ask her yet. So maybe in the next hour then.
And making myself open.
Shayna's games, if only I had a button for it.
The interior lights came on.
Except then if I did have a button for it, I suspect most of the chat options would just be a good hearty, oh jeez.
I left my door open.
Let's see, Rainy didn't have any red wine, so hopefully deglazing all that lovely fine with white turns out okay. You'll have to let me know. I'm curious. Alright, next chapter then.
It's 7 o'clock, and here's the latest August update. Chief DuPont of August Police
we
is
already did
urging
this.
residents to be vigilant
Yeah, we already heard all that.
following
We'll
the
hear it
brutal
again, I
murder
guess.
of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw. Whilst he stresses there is no immediate threat to
Oh,
the
so it's-
community
wait.
at large, residents should be on the lookout
So it's
until
7
the killer
o'clock.
is in police
It's
custody.
7 o'clock right now, right?
Miss Shaw was found strangled in her bedroom
So
home
we still
last
got a little
night.
while before the actual reading
Oh.
happens.
I heard she was found by her mother.
Truly awful. Mother caught me up to all sorts of mischief in my bedroom.
What does that mean?
Also in the news, emergency services were called to the crossroads at Grange Avenue and Church Street following a collision between two cars. There are no reports of any serious injuries, but you might want to take a different route for now.
Oh no. It's going to be one of those nights, Poe.
Stick with me, doll. I'll keep you safe.
I'm not going anywhere.
That tone of
It's 7
voice.
o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
Viltrekin, we can't Viltrekin. That's the one rule. Don't get caught. Our only rule is we must not get caught as a shapeshifter. So that's a big no-no, Viltrekin. So, alright, next chapter.
Staring up into the sky.
Alright, so I guess let's go ahead and start with Zach. Our new contact, our new person of interest.
Sorry, we're closed. Come back tomorrow or make an appointment online.
Hey, you're Zach Weston, aren't you?
Yes. What do you want?
The Shaws hired me, actually.
The Shaws. Oh. You mean that girl who got killed? What was her name? Dorothy?
I'm sorry, you've never met Dorota?
I see a lot of faces in my studio, but I'm not good with names. Wait. Dorota? I remember now.
Let me catch up on chat real quick. Casita, you just finished a one-shot Fate game set in the Borderlands universe. Oh, Casita, I kind of want to hear everything about that. That sounds amazing. Show up naked and call them the imposter? Oh man, that is a... I think risky gambit seems like a light way to put that. Also, AKA Cubicle, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Yeah, should taste a little bit lighter, I imagine. But if you can convince everyone that the original is the imposter, well, then I'm like stuck. I have to keep playing the role then, don't I? Biscuit Twice Baked, that's an amazing character name right there. Accuse him of murder, then leave. That's my usual social strategy, Kiwi, but maybe not in the game. Alright, so you photographed Dorota, right?
For the August Chronicle. She won some sort of award. I remember her cello. It kept reflecting the flash and ruining the shot.
Alright, so he's the one that took the photo that we saw in the chief's office that was apparently in the newspaper of her with her cello. So she came to the studio, right?
No, I went to her house along with the reporter. It's better with these human interest stories to capture them in a natural habitat.
Ooh. I don't know if we want to accuse him of murder just yet, so we might want to trash that one. But, because that's definitely what we're saying right there, is we're basically accusing him of murder, straight up. Oh no, we've got a trash and a do it. Any other thoughts whether we should do this or trash it? Who's the reporter? He didn't give a name for the reporter. We might want to ask that as well, Lena. That was a thought I had. Biscuit means twice cooked? Really, Casita? I never heard that one before. Oh, I'm torn. I'm torn. Alright, let's try it and see if he doesn't take it the wrong way. So you know where she lived?
If you asked me to drive there without my sat-nav, no.
Alright, so was that the only time you met Dorota?
No, actually, I've been running a special offer on portraits since she came in for a studio session. Wait there. As you can see.
Huh.
There's photos here.
No, that's the picture the chief had, I think.
Yeah. Now this one's in colour. Beautiful hair.
Agreed.
Oh, legs wrapped around. Another one here. Oh, hang on. Do you see what I see?
I don't know. What does he see? I don't see anything weird there, do you folks? Huh. Ah, it's French. Alright, interesting. They twice cooked bread to make it last longer for long travel. I did not know that. Thank you for letting me know, Casey. That's really cool. Bis means twice and kit means cooked. Oh! That's so cool. Thank you for letting me know. Oh no, Nina, I'm so sorry. That's rough. Use the picture and find a recording of her voice, copy a dead girl. Oh my gosh. That'd freak some people out, Elena, and also probably get us caught. I don't know. What do you see in the picture?
Nothing. She's just a very attractive girl. That's all.
That stare. That stare. Or scare someone into confessing. True, but that'd be a very late game play right there, Elena. Definitely a late game stare. No play. Hey, Zach, I hate to push you here. I don't mean to, we're all friends here, but did you happen to take any other pictures of Dorota?
What do you mean?
Oh no, do we rat out Violet? I don't really have a problem with ratting out Violet, honestly. That is definitely a smug look. That is smug.jpg right there. He knows exactly what I mean. Yeah, you know what I mean. You know. I don't know, do we do you know, or do we just do Violet? I don't know, I don't want Violet to be pissed at us, because that could make things hard for us, is the only problem. No, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Come on. Come on.
I don't think I like what you're implying, Detective. Is that all?
Damn it. Oh, we played it the wrong way. No, there's a pretty generous limit for caps in here, Rin. You can get away with more caps than you would have used. That would not get you timed out if you were not mod there. Alright, so you're friends with Violet though, right?
Friends? Yes. I know Violet very well.
Wow, this guy is all innuendo. This guy is literally all innuendo here. Like, seriously. That's the thing. I don't know that he's lied to us about anything yet, but he's definitely dancing around all of my questions, and I don't like that one bit. Not to say that I suspect him of anything yet, but he's playing with me. He's not giving me straight answers, and I don't like that. Oh, Rin, you were literally thinking how well, or how well do you know Violet exactly? What are we talking here, Zach?
Violet takes it very well, actually. I like him like that. With a frosty exterior comes a soft, warm center.
So just so we're clear, just make sure we're on the same page here. You're definitely sleeping with her.
I'm sorry my analogy wasn't explicit enough for you. Yes, we have sex.
Thanks, Zach. Thanks for... I need an adult. Yeah, he's... Alright, Zach, let's get down to brass goddamn tacks right here. Where were you last night, Zach?
Here. I'm usually here most nights.
Well, now you go to Violet as Zach. Oh wait, no, pull back. Where's my abort button? Did I get that installed? Abort? I think we need information more than anything else. Can anybody confirm that you were working here late?
Only the roof rats.
Damn, alright, so... I don't know that we need to suspect him just yet. Honestly, I'm still not sure if we need to suspect anybody aside from the tarot readers, but he is definitely very skeezy. And he doesn't have an alibi, for whatever that's worth. Alright.
A little overambitious.
Well,
So I think we need to head back to the guest house now.
It does in fact symbolize a quest.
Accuse everyone is guilty in unison, then complete the game. If the game is anything like Dr. Decker Kiwi, we are actually going to have to pick the murderer. We're going to have to name the murderer at the end.
Is that you are striving for
Yeah, he didn't talk about the closet, Australis. I think that is a small saving grace.
Syndrome, which is actually
Alright, back to the guest house then.
It's actually quite a common thing to suffer from.
Let's do the rounds and talk to everyone, though.
Is that you need to start...
Hey, Violet. Let's talk about Zach Weston again, can we?
Do we really have to?
Ooh. I may have gone down a road that I regret instantly. You feel that feeling, chat? That is instant regret. I mean, number 2 is literally, yeah. I guess let's just go for the literal thing. Don't lie. Go direct. It's just Violet that Zach tells me that you two were sleeping together.
How vulgar. Yes, I suppose that is what he'd say. But I've never let him lay a finger on me. He says we're in a relationship, but he doesn't act like it.
Wait. And Violet says he's lying? Alright, hang on. I'm tempted to go number 2 here. Let me know if you have any thoughts, chat. So we've got another blatant lie from somebody. Now we have to visit. Oh no! Now let's go number 1. Why doesn't he act like it?
He thinks he's irresistible to women.
Is he?
No.
Alright, straightforward, cool. Got that out of the way at least. Oh my god, Australis. You had to. Oh god, what? Wait, hang on. Oh God!
Mat by the cat flap didn't seem to be moving. These were all good
What?
signs. White
Hang on, what?
What is that? A rat?
We're going back to Violet.
No.
What was that? No, of course, nothing new there. What was that? Tyler G, welcome in. Hashtag nope. No, what was... Why was there a creepy child? What was... When did we switch to horror? I don't know. Why was... Nope, that's one of the rules we got at the beginning as well. No children. No getting caught, no children. I forgot about that one.
He pushed himself up and went
Use the Ouija board to talk to it. Use the Shining. The Shining.
Scrambling at the mat with its front paws.
Go touch base with Bronwyn.
Sam, look, I can't talk right now. I'm doing phone readings. Gotta pay for a job somehow. Lexi's locked in till 8 too. I can sort you out afterwards, yeah?
Tears blurred.
Alright, so we can't talk to Bronwyn this hour. I'm gonna check with Lexi just to be sure, though.
Okay.
We've got to stop meeting like this. Seriously though, Sam, I'm working. Can't it wait? Just give me to 8, okay?
Alright, so this chapter, Bronwyn and Lexi are both off limits.
Have to be a good one. Harder.
Maybe the kid knows about you. Oh. That'd be weird and creepy and I don't like it. Oh, we can still visit Rain. Let's go touch base with Rain. Hey, Rain. So do you happen to know about this Zach Weston fellow?
I met him yesterday, doing the rounds, looking for reading work. Actually, he did mention Dorota.
Wait, he did? What about Dorota?
He said there was this girl he was planning to meet up with. Said she was alone every Monday night because her parents go to the cinema. Do you know what that means? It was Dorota Shaw.
That is Dorota Shaw. Why was Zach Weston planning to meet with Dorota Shaw? Ooh. That's interesting. Of course, this could be Rain lying as well, but that's awfully interesting for him to throw that out there. We're going to have to tug on that particular loose end very soon. Let's see, Tyler G, why does everyone just sit there playing with the buttons on their clothes while waiting for your questions? So odd. I mean, they needed something. They needed some sort of movement in between questions, so I guess that's just the easiest thing to do. I know in Dr. Decker, they'd often like kick their feet or twirl their hair or something like that. And why would he lie to us about being in the studio all night? Because if Rain's telling the truth, then Zach's lying. So that is interesting. Hey, Rain, so Birmingham, right?
Fine, Sam. Birmingham. Mercury took us to Birmingham. We didn't know what for. We never really know what for. But we turned up. It started with a girl, Ginny. She was South African. I only mention it because that was its thing.
I'm sorry, its thing?
Yeah. We didn't know at the time, but in hindsight, it was after South African girls. 3 to be exact. The Traveller wanted 3.
Alright, slow down. Why did the Traveller want 3 victims?
You should ask Bronwyn. She's the one that knows about rights. I just know it normally involves 3, and all 3 share a common attribute.
Alright, so tell me about these Travelers then, Rain.
I guess you might call them demons, in as much as they can get inside us. They come from other worlds.
Alright, so we're going down the rabbit hole of what Sam believes, or possibly what he knows. It's hard to tell sometimes. But clearly Sam thinks that him and Lexi and Bronwyn are some sort of ghost busters? Is that what I'm understanding right here? See, let's ask him about the other worlds thing.
Kind of, yeah. Quantum physics is real, didn't you know? There are many universes. In technical terms, a traveler is a trans-dimensional being far more superior to us, in as much as they can choose which reality to hang out in. We just get this one.
So you're saying travelers can inhabit us?
Yes, disturbingly. It's actually a lot more complicated than that. They choose a reality/universe where they actually evolve to become the person they're possessing. So they jump in a few million years before our timelines intersect.
Can you make this simple for me here, Rain?
They can't just jump into someone. It takes a few hours for that. They make the decision before they travel, which is why we can catch them.
So you're thinking that the murderer is a traveler?
Yes, probably. The tarot doesn't just sat-nav us to normal murders.
How many drugs are they taking? If it's a fictional universe, possibly. These are the rules, we don't know. We don't know yet. So where do we go next is the question. We can't talk to Lexi today, we can't talk to Bronwyn today. I think let's head back to Zach. Let's head back to Zach and see what he has to say about what
It's 8
Violet
o'clock
says.
and time for another August update. Police investigating the death of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw have said there's no evidence to connect her boyfriend to the murder. Chief DuPont's statement was delivered in response to speculation from local residents that it was a crime of passion. Miss Shaw's strangled body was found by her mother around 10 p.m. last night in what the chief is calling a puzzling crime.
I can't believe people are gossiping already, Poe.
It's always the person closest to the victim, isn't that what they say?
But that poor boy. A reminder also that due to the murder, this weekend's Tulip Festival has been postponed. New dates will be announced soon. The weather's getting worse tonight with heavy rain forecast. So if you're heading out, you might want to take a jacket. Or a cab.
Or wear the jacket in the cab. That's 8 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
Alright, so we can go to the next chapter if we want to, but I don't want to just yet. I want to talk to Zach, if nothing else. Dazza! Dazza, welcome in! 17 months, Dazza! That is insane! Dazza, how are you doing? And how is Breath of the Wild treating you today? I was lurking you for a little bit. Seemed like you were having a great time. And also, I can't forget how amazing all of your emotes are, Dazza. I love those things. But thank you so much for the support, Dazza. How is everything? How have you been? And it's true, I am a shapeshifter in this game, so there is at least some supernatural stuff. That's true. That's true. What time do the Monday night movies end? Well, if they go at 8, then counting in travel time, it could be anywhere from, what, 10 to maybe 9:30? Maybe? Somewhere around there? Somewhere in that range, I think, would be reasonable. After the murder happened, certainly. So in the future, you become the bad guy from under a killing. You won't get killed by a cigarette. Darn it! Alright, that's the new rule. Our character is not allowed to take up smoking in this game. Dazzle's such a great game to play when you want to chill. Awesome! Awesome! Oh, those emotes are so cute. Oh, you gotta include the ads too. That's true. That is true. I am doing fantastic, Dazzle. Thank you for asking. So let's keep investigating for right now.
The concrete slope.
And let's go visit Zach. Hey, Zach. Hey, Rain says that you two have met. Is that true?
Rain. Yes, the Tower Reader. Delightful fella, but I couldn't offer him anything. He asked if he could do readings for my customers while they waited. Can't have that really. It's retail ambush.
That actually is retail ambush. I don't think we need to ask about the reading because I don't know that he did that. I might want to ask, is that all? But then he could just say nope. Is the thing. Let's see, they found her. Oh, no, the parents found her at 10. So that's when they got home. Arguments. The parents got home at 10, and that's when they found her and called the police. I remember that now. Right, I forgot about that, Rin. All right, Kiwi, you want to do number 1. Let's go for it.
He offered, but I declined. There's no such thing as fate, detective. If there was, you could stop investigating right now. If you're supposed to find a killer, you will. Why put in the effort?
Don't you get philosophical with me, young man. Alright. Alright, so... let's check in with the chief one more time this chapter. See if there's anything else he has for us.
If you have anything else on Zach Weston, let me know.
Now see, we've got 2 things we can say about Zach Weston, but we haven't been able to confirm either of them. Zach says he was in his studio last night, but we've got some reason to believe that isn't true. And Violet says that Zach was taking boudoir photos of Dorota, but Zach himself hasn't confirmed that yet. So I don't know. I don't want to point the chief in either direction just yet. I don't think. What do we know just runs over all the clues we already have, but sure. Oh yeah, good point. So for anybody just joining us, here's what we know so far.
Zach Weston says he was in his studio last night. Rain met Zach already, touting for work. Zach told Rain Dorota would be alone last night. Zach says he's sleeping with Violet, which I doubt. Zach did other photo sessions with Dorota. Boudoir. I wonder what else he's not telling us. Rain still says he was praying in his room, alone. Bronwyn and Lexi lied about being together last night. You're still following up Birmingham. Keep me posted. Yeah, you mentioned the word traveller to me, but he's nothing. Oscar's in the clear. He was playing football last night. He said that Dorota had a wedding dress in her closet. Not many people would know that. That's it.
He makes a good point. We don't need to know why Dorota had a wedding dress in her closet, but if anyone else knows that detail, that would be very telling. Because who would know what Dorota had in her closet? Surely not too many people, not just some rando off the street, especially because that is so unusual. So now we've got 2 aces in the hole we can use right there. The coin that was found in Dorota's mouth, which no one should know except the chief and the killer. And the wedding dress in her closet, which not many people would know. Certainly her boyfriend knew. But if anyone else knows, that would be very suspicious. Dazzle the Lady makes me suspicious of him. I mean, he's the chief of police. So he's kind of at the bottom of the suspect list, along with the boyfriend who has 9 witnesses to his alibi. He's just kind of spooky is all. Alright, so is there anything else we want to do today? Do we actually want to try visiting... Do we actually want to try visiting Zach as Violet or Violet as Zach? Because that seems like a terrible idea. I'm going to say that straight away. Oh, no worries, Daz. No worries. We'll get you caught up. We'll get you caught up. I don't have any problems doing that. I don't know. We could just go to the next chapter, too. That is a thing we could do. I wouldn't mind just jumping ahead to the next chapter if that's a thing.
Until he could no longer hear his own breathing, until Uni stopped pacing and sat grudgingly opposite him, until the blood slowed.
Alright, yeah, let's go ahead to the next chapter and see what we can find out there.
He shifted on.
It's 8 o'clock and time for another August update. Police investigating the death of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw have said there's no evidence to connect.
So unfortunately, I don't know any way to skip this, so if you decide to keep investigating, I guess you have to hear it twice. I can try hitting escape, but I'm a little scared, because it's an indie game with not a lot of options, so I don't want to accidentally force close out, because I don't know when it saves in here.
I can't believe
so we're not quite going to do that just yet. But this is 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock is the time when the group reading takes place. So maybe that's what we want to do here. Maybe we want to see if we can track down the group reading and see what we can find out there.
The weather's getting worse tonight.
I mean, that could be the big thing that happens in this chapter is the group reading. So we'll see.
Or wear the jacket in the cab. That's 8 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
How long did these people, Oh, the volume of the radio makes it difficult to hear? Oh, sorry, Rin. Alright, I'll keep that in mind in the future. How long do Poe and Monroe broadcast for anyway? It's been a few hours, as it is. Alright, next chapter it is.
Sam, I've got news.
You do?
We've done a reading.
Alright, so I missed the group reading. It already happened. Five of Swords again.
It's a Five of Swords. That's the same card as yesterday.
Let's hope it's not the Knight of Wands.
Oh, god damn it!
This doesn't look good.
It's fine. This happens all the time. There are 78 cards in a deck. The same ones come up a lot.
I get it, but we drew the exact same cards yesterday. What are the odds of pulling all three again?
1 in 474,552. I know. I get asked a lot.
Bet it's a Ten of Swords.
God damn it!
It's happening again. There's going to be another murder. Then Lexi did her thing, and now we have a name. Ellis Monroe.
Monroe? Haven't we heard that last name
About
before?
to get caught. Wait a minute, I called towards the door.
Ellis,
Think,
Ellis.
Think. Quickly pulling out the desk drawers, I searched for some kind of solution. Pretzel, a postcard. Pickle-shaped cufflinks. And there it is, in the bottom drawer. The
What?
patchwork quilt Mom sent me over 2 Christmases ago.
Sam, do me a favor, go easy on Violet. If we need to get anything out of her, let me deal with it. She'll open up to me.
Yeah, Poe and Monroe, Ellis Monroe. Ooh. So they think the radio host is gonna get murdered next? That's an odd angle there. And once again, the chief is telling me not to press Violet.
Mind if I take a look around?
Which means, let's go talk to Violet. We don't have to press her on
The tour of
anything.
the office takes about 5 seconds.
Just step in.
5 solar seconds. And then she finds...
Whoa!
Excellent work. Gold star for you. Oh, hello. This is my goddaughter, Sophia. She's only 9 and she's a maths genius. Hello. I have to pop to my room to get something. Be nice to her while I'm gone. Otherwise I might have to smother you in your sleep.
Good joke. Good joke. You're very funny, Violet.
What's your name?
Oh, hi, my name's Sam.
I'm Sophia. Pleased to meet you. Do you want to know a secret?
Oh no. Do we want to know a secret, chat, or do we want to keep our damn mouth shut? Oh no. Oh no. I'm glad that the little girl's not a ghost. Rin says yes, Argument says yes, Austrella says yes, oh sorry Noctis, looks like you're outvoted. Sure, what's the secret?
Violet was taken by aliens in their ship. Shh. She doesn't want anyone to know.
Sorry about that. Sophia, your mother will be here for you soon, so run along and wait. Now, Sam, how can I help you?
What? What? I don't even know what to make of that one. Where do I even... We're gonna set that on the back burner for right now. Hey, do you happen to know Ellis Monroe?
Of course. Poe and Monroe. She's on the radio.
That explains the trend. Does that explain anything, Tyler G? I have questions about that. I have concerns about that actually explaining anything. Do we actually want to ask you about the aliens? Is that actually a thing we want to do, chat? Oh, it's true. It is a secret. No, let's not betray the secret. No, let's not. Let's not.
Because you're an onomat now.
We keep our secrets here, chat. That's very important.
I'm an onomat now.
All right.
She kisses me on the cheek and gives me a gentle push.
Bronwyn. Hey, Bronwyn. Let's just go down the list. Tell us about Alice Monroe.
I've heard on the radio, but other than that, I don't know anything about her. I want to help though.
What's the connection between Alice and Dorota?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Although we can be sure of one thing.
Can we? I don't actually know what Alice Monroe looks like. Little girl invented time travel, and Violet is herself from the future explaining why she has blackouts. Case closed. We can go home. We already figured out the... Wait, aren't we here for a murder? I think there was like a murder we needed to solve, Australis. They both know the killer?
Not necessarily. If it's a traveler, then they just jump into any vessel, have their fun and go. It just needs to be someone nearby.
Hey, Rain said you know about rights.
A little bit. What did you want to know?
Well, let's start simple. What is a right?
A right can take many forms, but from what we know about these travelers, it seems to be performing some kind of coming-of-age ceremony.
Oh, these are both good questions. Damn it. Damn it. I can see there being a lot of replay value in this game because so many of these questions, I'm like, oh, I want to know all of this. I want to know both of these things. Why can't I know both of these things? I think I'm going to ask how she knows about travelers. That's the argument. She chose coming of age. That was a weird specification. That is. But I almost think asking about travelers would, clarify where she was coming from with that. Let's go with that.
We've all known about them for hundreds of years.
Oh, everyone.
We just know them by different names. Demons, skinwalkers, Jack the Ripper. They're all travelers.
Will there be 3 victims this time?
3 attempts? Yes, that's likely. But 3 victims? That's up to you, Sam. No pressure.
God damn it. Alright, no, we are not asking the top question, not under any circumstance. Because we need to hold on to that as our trump card. We need to find out who knows about that, and we don't want to spread it around. Because right now, the only people that know about that are us, the chief, and whoever did the killing. Once it's out, it's out. So, hey, do you know about Zach Weston?
No. I can do a reading if you want.
Ooh. Do we want her to do a reading about Zach Weston? I don't think it could hurt. Yeah, sure. Let's do a reading about Zach Weston.
Chariot. Is Zach a suspect? I'm sensing there's a lot of tension, pent-up frustration, like he's trying to keep everything together, and if he can just do that... I'm sorry, that's not much help to you, is it?
Interesting. So there's 2 ways to read that right there. Way number 1 is the tarot says that Zach has something to hide. Way number 2, Bronwyn wants to point us towards Zach. Now, of course, those are mutually exclusive and pointing in very different directions, so I don't know what we can take from that necessarily. We can ask for her help, but I don't know what for. So I don't think we want to click on that yet either. Let's see who else there is in the guest house that we can talk to.
So many dreams.
Right now. Let's go visit Lexi.
So what's the news about Ellis? I feel so useless sitting here. I want to help.
Do you really want to help?
Yes, please use me. Tell me what to do.
I'm not sure where this is going here. I mean, I almost think the top option is leading towards sexy times. So I'm tempted to go bottom option, because we got a job to do, chat. We're on the clock right now. Lives are at stake. Unless there's something I'm completely missing for the top option there, I'm not sure. Also, we haven't ruled her out as the murderer. I want you to keep that in mind, too. Oh no, Donnie! I was waiting for somebody in chat to just go for it. Yeah, I got a few options. Ooh, alright, so it was not what I was thinking. Everybody can take a deep breath. We could ask her to find out things from the Ouija board, or ask her to find out things from Zach Weston. We're definitely no. No, why would we want her to find out things from Zach Weston when we don't know for sure if Zach isn't the killer? I don't want to send her towards the killer, is the thing. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm going to ask her about the Ouija board. Let's go down that route.
You got it. Me and the spirit world are going to have a serious chat. I'll get back to you when I find something.
Alright, so that's an option, assuming that she's not the killer, of course. We still don't know. I'm curious, chat, do any of you have any feeling, one way or another? Do you have a preferred suspect yet, chat?
Her demanding purr.
Go visit Rain in the meantime. Rain, do you know Alice Monroe?
Yes, I met her at the radio station.
Why exactly were you at the radio station, Rain?
I was offering my services. Earning a living's tricky when you travel around as much as we do. And last time I checked, Violet wasn't offering us room and board for free.
I see, Tyler G. Or that she's not the killer, and you sent her to Zach to get him killed. Ooh. Yeah, I don't want anybody getting killed if we can avoid it. Rain, you're still suspicious of DuPont. DuPont, is that because of what he's hiding with Violet? Because he's so sure it's one of the tarot readers? I still think it is definitely. I think he's on the right track. I think it is odd that the tarot readers all knew about the murder beforehand and then it happened. That would seem to point to one of them. Now, what I'm hearing here is tax evasion. Got a vein that's a little too prominent on the side of his head. I must have missed that. Like he's stressing over something. True. Hey, Ray, tell us more about Birmingham.
In Birmingham, it was a man called Uri Harris. He worked as a butcher. He beheaded all 3 girls within hours of each other.
Oh!
And we couldn't stop it. He pleaded not guilty for reason of temporary insanity.
Oh, those are both good options. I want to know both of those answers, but you know, chat, we only get one. For anybody that doesn't know the UI yet, anytime there isn't a caret in front of the options, that means we only get one of the options to ask, and the other one's gone forever. Could be stressing over the case because it's tricky. Right, that's the other thing, Tyler G, is that he believes a murder is about to happen and he may have the power to stop it. Rain, that's the one I wanted to know the answer to more. So why do you think Uri was a traveler, Rain?
Because he said he'd see us again. In August. Before we even knew it was a month and a place.
Alright, that's friggin' creepy. That is very friggin' creepy then. Wait a second, hang on, let me check my notes. Alright, so Rain is claiming that the Birmingham murderer said, "I'll see you again in August." But my notes say that Bronwyn mentioned that it was Rain's decision to come to August as well. That's interesting. Let's see, KCD, your one-shot Fate game set in a Borderlands universe on an ocean planet has a very close moon pulling the tide high, so it goes over small mountains. Oh, that's a cool setting. I like that right there. Whoever kills Ellis is the murderer. Case solved! Oh, if only it were that easy.
Towel stuck to his heel as he lifted it, unveiling
Let's talk to the
bloody
chief.
mess he'd made.
I'm curious what the chief has to say about about Ellis.
He tried to erase.
Oh, and of course the chief has nothing to say about Ellis Monroe. That's awesome. I guess we're going to Zach next.
Floor tiles.
Oh, we can visit Ellis. I didn't even notice that there. Hey Zach, do you know Ellis Monroe?
Monroe. Everyone knows her. She's a local radio star here.
Yeah, but have you met her?
Couple of times, promo shoots, that sort of thing.
Anything else?
No, she is my type though. Type of model. I'll ask her about the boudoir shoot again.
Wow, you skis! So we can go talk to Ellis, so I guess that's what we're going to be doing next. A gaseous being with a pressure suit, I like it. Old Sea Dog, very cool. Oh, that is a cool group there, Casita. I like it already.
I thought I heard some.
You must be Sam.
Ah, good. I sent ahead, or someone did.
I just got off the phone with Chief DuPont. I can't believe it. First Dorota, now me.
She is definitely a redhead, though. Hey, did you know Dorota?
Yes. We were friends. I hadn't known her for long. Only a few weeks.
Come on, chat. You all saw the hesitation right there. You saw. Yeah, confirmed redhead, though. That's interesting. Yeah, and Rain mentioned that in Birmingham, apparently the 3 victims all had something in common. So that is a commonality right there. How did you meet Dorota?
We met at the gala. I was hosting and she was playing the cello, you know? I guess we talked for a little while and then she asked me for a drink after the show.
Alright, so what happened after the show?
After we'd had a few drinks, she invited me back to her house. I thought we were just gonna chat, watch a movie, that sort of thing. Then she kissed me. I was so shocked. She was so attractive. So I kissed her back.
Alright. Alright, that's... okay. It's getting complicated. That dress is weird? How so? I wasn't really paying attention. I'll keep an eye out for it. So you and Dorota were in a relationship? Is that what you're telling me?
This is just between us, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, definitely between us.
We fooled around. I don't have many friends, Sam. Everyone thinks because I'm on the radio, I have tons of friends, so nobody ever approaches me. I get lonely. But Dorota was my friend, and I liked making her happy.
Yeah. Stiff lace overlay with a ribbed jersey collar. Oh, yeah. That's kind of unusual. Almost like a weird sort of sleeveless wedding dress or something. Let's see, I think I know what she means by fooled around, so I want to ask you about the friends thing, see if we can get any other connections.
Poe and Dorota. People I say hi to. I have thousands of followers and subscribers, and they keep me feeling warm when I'm down, but they're not friends. I do get the odd stalker, but that isn't something anyone wants.
Alright, so, hey, I don't mean to make things awkward here, Ellis, but, did you know Dorota had a boyfriend?
Oscar. Yeah. She was a bit confused. When we started seeing each other, she didn't like him touching her anymore. I didn't mind. But she did. So I told her if he wanted to get sexual, then maybe she should try something else.
Can you clarify what you mean by something else?
I said some guys like to watch, so tell him it would be sexy if he could look but he couldn't touch. As far as I know, it worked.
Oh! Put the kids to bed! Put the kids to bed, chat. John, the perfect emote for right now. Okay, okay. I think we need to go to the top one, as incredibly curious as I am about the bottom option. I think we need to go for the top option and see if we can get anything out of that. You too innocent for this game, Aversados? Not for long, you ain't. We can fix that. So yeah, we think the murderer might have actually been watching Dorota as well.
The killer was in her wardrobe? What? Well, then it had to be Oscar. He's the only one it could be.
Oscar was playing football last night. He's got an airtight alibi.
That doesn't make any sense. Then she was seeing someone else? No. Someone she knew. Knew she'd be alone? A stalker?
I don't want to ask her about the wedding dress, although she'd probably know. Because I don't care about why Dorota owns a wedding dress. That isn't important. Knowing that she has the wedding dress is much, much more important. Yeah, Zach knew. Zach did know that she'd be alone. You want to know about the wedding dress? I don't want to mention it to too many. I mean, she'd probably know. She'd probably know, but I think... I don't know. Oscar doesn't matter. Oscar doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. Let's ask... Do you know why Dorota owns a wedding dress?
It was her mom's. She was saving it in case she ever got married.
Alright, yeah. Nice and straightforward. Alright, so tell me about Poe, then. Your other only friend in the world.
We're co-hosts. On the radio. Oh, sorry. You know that already. We've been partners for 2 years now. He's a good friend.
You right? You never know, Aversados. You gotta explore every avenue in here. Oh, no. I really want to ask the top option here, but what do you think, chat? Like, if we could talk to Poe, that could be cool. You know, he might have some more information for us, but, yeah, we need to know where more than anything else.
He's on air at the moment, but he'll be finished at 8:30.
Alright, so maybe next hour we can ask. Oh, no. So for anybody that's new, you see that trash can right there? Is basically we've got the options we have here are we can ask, where were you last night? Or we can stay silent if we don't think it's a good idea to ask if she has an alibi. Your arguments if Poe is the killer, I'm going to set this game on fire. If Poe is the killer, then this would be a bad mystery because we didn't know about Poe until recently. I don't think so. Do we want to ask her for an alibi? You know, yeah. Yeah, we're going to ask if she has an alibi.
On air? We both were. We broadcast live hourly news reports.
Right.
It's how we keep our funding.
Right. So at 9 p.m. she would have been on the radio, and Poe is her alibi. That's simple enough, and as is half the town anyway. All right. Oh, we did know about Poe from the radio. I guess that is true. Hey, do you happen to know a Zach Weston?
Not very well. He's done a few shoots of me and Poe to promote the show.
Everything in here is so agonizing. I kind of love it. I hope you folks are loving it too. Unless they ran a recording and got the weather forecast wrong. I thought of that argument, but the problem with that is that would imply that Poe is in on this too, and that's getting a little complicated. If nothing else, we're making assumptions there, so we'll keep that in the back pocket, but I don't think that's a likely avenue. Oh, yeah, it's true, Rin. That's true. So, what do you think of this Zach guy, Ellis?
He's fine. He keeps asking me to pose for him.
Oh, really?
You know, without any clothes on.
You don't say.
I always say no.
Alright, so she verifies that. Arguments 90s games have traumatized you with Deus Ex Machina. Yeah, Viltrukin, that's smart of her. That's smart. He's a bit of a skis. Alright, Ellis, do you have any idea who might want to hurt you?
No. Sorry. I did have a strange dream last night, though. My life was playing on a TV screen, and every time I did something, another version of me started playing over the first. In the end, there were so many versions it became a fog. It filled my lungs. I couldn't breathe. And then I woke up. What do you think that means, Sam?
I think anxious is what I want to say here. Confirmed she's a traveler? Oh, man. I mean, she's got an airtight alibi, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, mostly airtight, anyway. Means she'd better sleeping pills. It could mean you're anxious about something.
I don't know what. I mean, I'm anxious now. Maybe it was predicting Dorota's death. Or mine.
Oh no. Now, I should also mention, while I find out what you folks want to do at this junction, I should mention that if we're going to assume that the tarot readers are correct, and there is a traveler, sort of extra-dimensional, demonic possession being at play here, if that is somehow true, then that would mean that going after a motive would be the wrong thing to consider. Knowledge, basically, is all we need to look for. Who knew what and when? And we do have the dress for that, and we have the coin for that. So those are both things to consider as well. Either of those are signing her death certificate? I kind of want to go for the bottom option then. What does she want me to do? I'm curious. And yeah, Viltrukin, I think I may have seen that one, because I saw that while I was waiting for the game to come out. It's interesting. She has a hell of an accent. Ellis, what would you like me to do exactly here?
Just don't hurt me. Or let me get hurt.
I'm going to see what I can do, Ellis. I will see what I can do. Alright. Alright, where do we want to go next? Wow!
Sam? You forgot your phone.
Because there will be a next time.
Holy crap!
After that.
Alright, so...
Peace and my life.
So, Dr. Decker had a cheap jump scare that scared the shit out of me, and now... Now this game
can't
has the
resist
cheap
the
jump
Slayer's
scare
needs,
sketch.
and I have no idea how long it will continue, so I am
Well
not thinking of
played,
myself
game. Well
60 years from
goddamn
now,
played.
battering a victim with
Oh,
robots
they got him.
attempting to
They got me.
change the
They got me.
past.
Let's touch base with the chief. Hey, chief. Alright, he's got nothing new. Let's talk to the boyfriend. Kind of curious if he can verify anything here.
How many times more he would have to do this?
Oh?
Since the last. Maybe
Damn it.
now
Alright,
that
so
his
Oscar's
great
not an
release
option
would release
this
him and
hour.
grant him peace in his final years. Surely it owed him that. In his heart, he doubted it was over. In 60 years, the Slayer had never been merciful. Back in the deep shadow, beneath the broken street lamp, lay the bodies of 2 young men.
Dreams
And nightmares.
with Poe.
You're only alive because we want you to be.
I'm sorry, what? Alright, so we have a new face in the lineup now. We can turn into Ellis. We've got the option to turn into Ellis if we want to. Oh no, Filter Kid, you got the jump scare. And Elder Rin, you got the jump scare as well. Thank you for that, both of you. I appreciate that. Won't help with the Heart Doctor commentary either. Oh, that's bad. That's a bad coincidence there, Noctis. Someone convinced you I should not go to sleep. Sleep's awesome, Ambersados. Always get sleep. I mean, if you want to know the answer to the mystery, then don't go to sleep. But otherwise, definitely do. It's still a nap if you've only been awake for a bit. Yeah, definitely. If you've been awake for a long time, then it's a sleep. But if you've only been awake for a bit, then it's a nap. Alright, is there anyone else we want to or need to talk to today is the question, or do we have any shape-shifting we want to do? You're still thinking the detective. You're thinking, this guy right here, the chief? DuPont? Oh, it'll totally be on YouTube, Tyler. I archive all my stuff to YouTube. It was me all along. Alright. I still want to try... Let's see, let's try turning into... Let's try what we did yesterday. Or the last hour, at least. Let's turn into the boyfriend.
I'm Oscar. Is there anything else I can do?
Let's turn into him and try visiting her, Bronwyn. See if we get anything with that.
Then turned into the narrow entrance.
Nope.
Up and down the street.
Can't do that still.
Lengthening their strides, stepped into the road.
Yeah, so we tried that before and it didn't work. Alright, let's turn back into Sam. And then we'll pop back into Lexi and see if she has anything for us yet. We might have to wait till the next chapter, though. Yeah, that was an option, arguments. I hadn't thought of that. That's true. Can we be the dead girl? I would go around asking everyone things the dead girl. We're not supposed to get caught, Rin. That's a good way to get caught right there.
Feeding friends.
No getting caught, no turning into children.
It changed my life.
Alright, Lexi. Lexi, you got anything for us? Lexi does not have anything for us. Can we be Shane if only Shadow? I mean, I usually am, but a character in the game I don't think can.
Wish its host.
Alright, alright.
I spent 7 weeks at a mental institution.
We're clearly
trying
missing
to
something
rebuild
here.
My life, to find a way to live.
There's something else we need to do today. Let's go talk to Zach. See if he has anything else to say right now. He is still very, very suspicious to me.
They sent me back into the world with a...
Hey, Zach. Zach has nothing else to say to us.
I was very, very lucky I was not connected with the police manhunt after the body was found. Maybe it's true that the devil looks after his own.
Well, let's poke through the options again then.
Good night.
See if anyone has anything new for us. I guess I could ask for... Yeah, we haven't tried this yet. We're still not asking her about the coin. I'm not doing that. Bronwyn, I need your help.
Yes, of course. Anything.
I don't want her to keep an eye on Violet, I don't think. I'm not really suspicious of Violet. Or are we asking her to watch Violet in case she's in danger? I don't know. It doesn't really specify there. I don't know, I guess asking her about the Mercury would probably be a good thing. What do you think, Jet? Let's see. Eversados, can we be Spartacus? No, I'm Spartacus. He's not. No, I'm Spartacus. Yeah, Violet, I think, is going to be the third redhead, Rin. So if we're asking to keep an eye on Violet as a possible victim, that's a thing we could do. Although, if Bronwyn's the murderer, then that's a problem right there. Kiwi, does anyone here know we're a shapeshifter? No one is supposed to know. I think that's supposed to be a big thing, but the chief said when we first met him, and I introduced myself as Sam, he said, well, we both know that's not true. But the chief seems to know something. Yeah, I guess we'll ask you about the Mercury.
I've already been doing that, but sure, I'll keep at it. Maybe it'll feel sorry for me and finally put out.
Alright, don't get sassy.
The footsteps behind me.
Let's check in with Rain again. Hey, Rain. Looking cheerful as always. Nope, he's got nothing.
Action passes, and the game resumes.
And Violet, anything new? No, nothing there either.
From the clatter of the footsteps, there is only one person following me. That is good. I don't...
Well, I think our only option here, unless we want to press one of those options that I don't necessarily do, is we could try shapeshifting.
I was over it, that I was okay, that I could live a normal life.
Yeah, that wasn't an option with the chief, so I don't think that's going to be something we can do there. Stream team name Spartacus. Every streamer claims to be Spartacus. I should never make concepts when tired. It's beautiful, though. I like that a lot. We could try, and I stress, chat, this is a terrible idea. We could try going to Zach as Violet. I'm not a huge fan of this idea, but that is something we could do. Oh no, Rin. Alright. I want that, like, breathing. Oh my god. Alright. Alright.
Hello, I'm Violet. I'm Violet.
So, we're Violet.
But
we're Violet now.
I once had to feed the beast twice in 6 weeks.
And let's go visit.
Hello, lovely. Take a look at this. It's a picture of the rotor.
Right.
I don't want to see pictures of your conquests.
That's the same picture he showed Sam and said, what do you see in this picture? Why is he showing it to her, though? Hopefully we get some more information here.
I don't want to see pictures of your conquests.
It's not like that. It's just a press photo. Do you see anything in it?
A girl holding a cello.
Seriously, what does he see in that photo? Let's see, Noctis, I'm afraid the part where you have to speak classical Latin would be a bit of a turnoff. As in probably everyone but me, but we can give the Spartacus thing a try, that's true. What does he see in that picture? I'm super curious now, and I don't want to pick the wrong option because I want to hear. I want to hear what he sees in this freaking photo. Viltrican, you actually took a screenshot of it earlier. Did you see anything in there? Anything at all?
What do you see?
That's what I'm thinking, Rin. All right, let's try it. Girl holding a cello.
You don't see any movement.
What?
Just a rotor.
I'm sorry, movement? Movement? What the hell is he talking about movement? You don't see any movement? No, Zach. That's a photograph. Photographs don't move. What? Okay. Okay, that's weird. That is very spoopy arguments.
His jacket, 8 inches, big enough to skewer an elephant.
Alright, so let's head back to the guest house.
I'm relieved. I needed to see the...
That was weird. Alright, what else? What else? It might be why he's so calm, he's drugged himself, I suppose. Or maybe I just assumed he was really cocky about stuff. Darkroom chemicals, not even once. Let's start having tarot readers visit tarot readers.
Hi, I'm Bronwyn.
See if anyone has anything interesting to say.
spray and feel his neck break under my hand. The beast
Start with
drinks
Rain.
in his life force as its
Nope, he's got nothing.
padded pool of spilled milk.
How about
A
Lexi?
great warm surge of energy courses through me.
Ron, what are we going to do about Ellis?
What would you do about Alice?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Let's think. What have we tried before?
A few times we've caught up with the Traveller, nothing's worked.
Talking to them? Killing them? Restraining them?
Of course, we don't actually know what they've tried before. We haven't gotten that information yet. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to say here. This is dangerous. This is the problem with shapeshifting, is we've gotta take guesses here. Oh, we do know that Rain talked to the Traveler. That's true. Let's try talking to.
Please don't kill that person. Okay, thanks. Oh no, look, you killed them anyway. You know that doesn't work, Ron.
Alright, so nothing else there.
Arrives, the high has passed, leaving me drained and depressed. And as I think about
Then
the
let's go back to the room. And let's try turning into Rain.
Hello, I'm Rain.
And then let's see where Rain can take us.
safe home at last. A one-bedroom flat in the most anonymous block I could find. I relax in a warm bath and wonder what...
What is it, Ray?
I have a plan.
Oh no, I don't know that I want to say that. No, we can't say that. That is too risky. Because then she could just talk to Rain later. And Rain would be like, I don't know anything about a plan. Where did you get that idea? No, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that.
Another after that.
Hopefully I'll
get visit Lexi.
Hi, Rain. Did you miss me while I was gone?
So, Ellis Monroe.
I'm honestly not going to try and worry about this one. We've told Sam, and I think that's all we can do.
Really? Well, what's Sam going to do? Really?
Interesting. Rain is just going to get talks about the weather. Basically. Really?
Really?
No, not really. I don't have many options. I'm asking everyone how I can help, so maybe I actually can help this time.
Dorota's shadow looks a bit off, but you didn't see any movement, Viltrikin, is what you're saying. Because I know I sure as hell didn't see any movement. And I gave it a good stare. That is definitely weird, though. No movement. Yeah, no blur in there, definitely, right. That's interesting. Thank you for looking, Viltrikin. Alright.
So this is coming from Marek, and they say, I'm in a...
Let's turn into Lexi last.
Hi, I'm Lexi. I'm Lexi.
Imposter, it's totally me, unknown, I swear.
To it. From the sharks, I mean, often sharks, they stand...
Lexicorn, how thin are these walls?
What do you mean the walls are thin?
Yeah, wait, what's going on here?
I can hear you screaming at your Ouija board. Last night too. I feel like I've heard your whole life story.
What did you hear?
Does Sam like me? Is Violet a lesbian? Will Ellis die? Will Bronwyn die? That last one, don't worry about that.
Why not?
I'm gonna stick around until you're sick of the sight of me, alright? I'm not in any danger. Ellis is in danger. Sam's in danger.
Alright, so... So there's another thing to consider now that I'm thinking about it. They did the group reading. So all three of them together decided that there was danger. But even though it was all three of them, Rain was the one that decided they needed to go to August. And Lexi is the one that came up with the names both times. Dorota Shaw and Ellis. Or whatever that might mean.
something negative, but in this case, the sharks actually referred to the negative people that...
Our job is so stressful.
Sure, make some small talk.
Tell me about it. Chasing around the unknown, trying to triumph good over evil, generally standing around helpless watching people die.
Why do we do it?
I kind of want to do the top option here. Because I don't know why I'd ask him the bottom option. I don't know about you folks, but I'm totally 100% into this game, but I don't know who my suspect is yet. Although Sam looks really good for it. Sam's the only one we know for certain knew where Dorota lived. And see, Dorota's not looking at the camera in the photo, she's looking to the right. Her face is pointing towards the camera, but her eyes aren't, which, you know, isn't completely unusual in photography. Chasing after the unknown, sure, the asshole is running after you, but it's good cardio, isn't it, unknown?
For me, it's a common decency thing. Hi, I'm Bronwyn. Did you know the Earth was overrun by trans-dimensional evil? Want to help fix it? Sure.
Trans-dimensional evil?
I'll read the manual, Lex. People are afraid of ghosts, zombies, and aliens. They never even think to consider the possibility that there are millions of universes, potentially with millions of predators, all far more evolved than we are. What are our chances of victory? Minuscule. But if we don't fight at all, 0.
So he seems like a true believer, definitely.
Or she could do it again. Except before.
Let's see. Viltrikin, I might be looking too far into this. This is a Dr. Decker-like game. This attention to detail might be needed. You never know. You never know. Remember when I saw someone light a fire in their hand? I never saw it again. Oh my god, Viltrikin, I forgot about that. I had completely forgotten about that. And now I'm spooked all over again. That was weird. Because then when you went back and watched the replay, it wasn't there, I remember. Alright, so the day's not over. There's still something we have to do, so I think I want to ask Violet about the aliens thing. I know it's weird, and we told the little girl we'd keep a secret. But, you know, she's a little girl. I mean, how wasn't that funny and fanciful, don't you think? Don't you think, Violet? Wasn't that funny and fanciful?
Animals were cheaper. Bigger ones cost more.
See, Angel, now that I've finished cutting my hair, it's time for me to go get blood work done. I'll leave this on Lyrical. I'm going, oh, thank you, Angel. Have fun at the doctor's. And hopefully we'll see you soon. Hey, Violet, Sophia said something about aliens? You know, kids say the damnedest things.
She has a wicked imagination for her age.
Oh, God. We're not going to mention the pills, are we? We're not seriously going to mention... No. We're just going to go for the top option here, I think, right? Oh, no, Rin! How sure are we that they won't murder the children? Oh, no. Argument says top, Rin says pills. Pills is just rude, and also we need to keep her on our side, remember? Pills, will she share? Oh, I don't know. It's dangerous. I'm just in a... We're just... Okay.
I was seeing and hearing things that weren't there. That's why I'm taking pills.
Have you told anyone else about this?
I needed to confide in someone, so I told Chief Dupont. Just Chief Dupont. And now you, apparently.
Sorry. Oh, right, she doesn't remember last night. Oh, she doesn't remember last night. Violet, do you think you were abducted last night?
Why are you talking about this again? You understand, every time you mention abduction, it opens up a vault of crushing memories that I'd rather stay locked up.
I don't know that I want to keep pushing this. Rin, you're the worst person. It's a game. It's a game. The worst thing can happen is I lose some time and have to start over. Yeah, no, I don't know if I want to push this argument. This is dangerous. We're in dangerous territory. We're in the danger zone and not in the good Kenny Loggins way right here. Yeah, let's trash this one. That's fine. Oh no! We can bluff? We can bluff? This is new? Since when can we bluff? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, Rin! Hey, Violet, funny thing, the chief actually said you were gonna tell me all about the abduction. You know that, Chief? You know the Chief?
I don't really want to.
Oh no! Oh, why is this happening? Viltrikin, please be nice to my Mariana. Oh no! Let me It's okay, Violet. You can tell me. This is a safe place.
About a month ago, the guest house was empty and I was alone in my bedroom. All I could hear was dripping. A cold tap. Drip. 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 And then it began. I could smell iron, a strong metallic smell. Then I could taste it on my tongue. And then weightlessness. Like time and space had stopped. That was the first time they took me.
I'm sorry, did you say first time?
It's happened 5 times. Even on clozapine. I get that strange aura, then I'm gone. I had tests for epilepsy, amongst other things. But all the scans were normal.
Alright, yeah. Turns out the rabbit hole's a little deeper than I thought it was, chat. And then you forget everything?
No. I have certain flashbacks.
Oh my god, why do I keep having to push buttons to press this? Do we need details, chat? Is details the thing we need in our life? Are we gonna keep going down this road? Are we set in our course? Is there no turning back? Rin, you're so happy right now. Oh, all right. Violet, it's very important to my murder investigation to know about your alleged alien abduction. Just tell me about the abduction, Violet.
It's difficult to explain. I'm stuck in the wall of an enormous room made from these wooden vines, except the vines slowly move and drip with pain. My head is pushed out like I'm a trophy. If I look to my side, there are others, heads, all prisoners, being experimented on.
Experimented on, you say?
They rearrange us like decorations. Suck us backwards into the darkness and then thrust us back through the wall. And when they return me home, I'm broken. Cuts. Bruises. Memories.
Alright.
Man grabbing the heart of a woman.
So that happened.
From her chest.
I think we need to go touch base with the
9 o'clock
chief.
And
Oh!
you're listening to Radio August. Investigations into the murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw are continuing this evening. Miss Shaw was found dead in her home at approximately 10 p.m. last night in what police are describing as a puzzling case. Residents are urged to be cautious until the perpetrator is caught. I cannot stress this enough, August. Stay safe out there. You mean the world to me. In other news, Monroe has been detained on urgent business, so you're stuck with me until she returns. Never fear, Monroe fans. We still have lots of pre-recordings, so you can relax with her angelic tones. That's 9 o'clock with Poe and Monroe.
Oh no. Oh no. We're ready for the next chapter though, so we can go straight there. But I guess that was the last thing we needed to find out. Oddly. But why isn't she on the radio there? Where was she? I mean, the game isn't wrong, exactly unknown. Did you know at the time it was 9 p.m., isn't it? 9 p.m.? Oh, 9 p.m. That's when the murder happened the other day. Oh, and she's not on the radio. Oh no. Let's go to the next chapter.
Oh.
Start with the chief.
Sam, I've got some heavy rain news.
Wait, what do you have on Rain?
Lawrence Petrovsky, that's his real name, and no, he's not a Russian spy. But he does have a criminal record.
What did he do?
He was charged with the murder of a 21-year-old artist. Looks like he got off on a technicality by all accounts.
I'm sorry, when was this?
About 3 months ago in Hong Kong. Be careful, Sam. If you're going to ask him about this, it could be a flight risk. And you know, there's a good chance he could be the killer. Door's behind you.
Alright, so Rain is actually Lawrence Petrovsky? And he was accused of murder. And he got off on a technicality. Alright, that's a bit of a game changer right there. Heavy Rain reference, oh my gosh. I mostly enjoyed that game. It didn't stick the landing, but I mostly enjoyed it. Oh, how did you like Halloween? Oh, you loved it? Michael Myers is an awesome horror villain? I might have to check out that new one. Alright, oh, can we go visit...
against the concrete wall.
Can we go visit Ellis?
It's in far better shape than he.
Alright, she's still alive. Alright, she's still alive, that's good. In which case, let's go talk to Poe.
Car park from...
You're the detective. Monroe just called. This is madness. Who would want to hurt her?
I can hear you're still stuck in radio voice mode. Maybe you'd want to snap out of that so we can have a more natural conversation, if you don't mind. Can we not ask her why she's not at work? I would assume, if she's still alive, that she's just there for security reasons? Maybe? I don't know. So let's go ahead and run down all the questions with Poe. Are you and Monroe close?
We've worked together for years. She's the light to my shade, the angel to my demon, the diamond to my lump of coal. She told me to say all those things.
Should we? I think we should come out and ask if they're romantically involved. I'm curious if nothing else. As far as is she dating anyone, we know the answer to that question. Yeah, let's go with top option.
Heavens no. I have a wife and 3 children, beloved spawn of my loins.
Don't ever say that again.
Monroe and I are good friends. That's all.
Alright, anyone hate Monroe?
Only a madman. Or woman. Monroe is August's sweetheart. Poe and Monroe. That was her idea.
Poe and Monroe?
Our show. We were just another local radio station before that. It was Monroe who decided we should have a theme. Dark Nights with Poe and Monroe. Don't tell me you haven't heard it, detective. That's what the Free Radio Project is all about.
What's the Free Radio Project?
Uniting August via the airwaves. Monroe's been delivering free radios anywhere people might want to listen. Doctor surgeries, hairdressers, the guest house.
How can she afford free radios?
I believe she charmed the local electrical store into donating them, in exchange for free advertising, of course.
Huh, alright. Man, it's very animated. It also has that radio voice, too. So do you happen to know Dorota Shaw?
We interviewed her about her scholarship not too long ago. Do you think whoever killed Dorota plans to kill Monroe? What makes you think she's in danger?
Oh, well, of course, a tarot card reading predicted it.
Tarot? Does this have anything to do with the gentleman who stopped by?
I'm sorry, what gentleman?
I didn't get his name, I'm afraid. He offered to do a spot on our show, doing tarot readings to answer listener questions. We said we'd think about it.
Alright, that's definitely Rain. That is definitely absolutely Rain right there. So now we know that Rain visited Poe, and Rain also visited with Zack, for as significant as that may be. Keep both of those very close to our minds, chat. Alright, tell me more about August.
You know, this town is fascinating. There's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Have you ever read up on the real history of August?
Let's see, there's an angle they got him at that made me wonder if he has shit, and that's so weird. No, tell me more.
The official story is that Mary August retired from a life on the high seas, found a nice spot here, and used her ill-gotten gains to establish a town. But that's not what really happened.
No, well, what did really happen then?
It's true that Mary August was a pirate, but she didn't retire. Her ship was sunk on the rocks just off the coast. Mary and all of her crew sought refuge in a small fishing town, this one.
Go on.
They slaughtered everyone.
Oh!
Men, women, and children. All dead and dismembered in their own homes. The bodies were dumped in a mass grave. Well, the body parts. And the pirates moved in.
So where was the mass grave?
No one knows. It seems at some point it was built over and then forgotten about. It could be under the school, or the church, or right beneath our feet.
Well, that's not spooky at all. Alright, let's go talk to Rain.
On that note, I should probably get back to the booth. The show must go on. Death threats be damned. Look after Monroe, Detective. She's the only Monroe I've got.
It's now 10 o'clock.
What?
Here's your August update. Investigations deepen into last night's murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw. Miss Shaw, a talented cellist who had recently been granted a place at Juilliard, was found strangled at her home last night. With the murderer still at large, Chief DuPont has urged residents to remain calm and stresses there is almost no chance of anyone else being harmed. Alice, if you're listening, let me know you're okay.
Oh.
In other news, a handful of August residents have reported seeing strange lights in the sky earlier this evening.
Wait, what?
The lights, which witnesses describe as searingly bright, were spotted over the east edge of town, past the fire station.
Wait, what?
Have you seen any strange lights? Or for that matter, little green men? Let me know. That's 10 o'clock with Poe.
Wait, residents that aren't Violet seeing lights in the sky. Alright, I want to check out a couple things in this chapter before we move forward. Let's keep investigating for just a bit.
Breathtaking.
Head back to the guest house first.
Still not home. I climbed.
Because like I said, I want to talk to Rain. Wow, he's looking even more anxious before. Alright, so I think the chief is right. We don't want to directly ask him about Lawrence Petrovsky. Because if he is the killer, he might run. Let's go light first. How do you catch a traveler?
Honestly, you don't. Once they're caught, a few hours later, they've hopped timelines into someone else. We just keep chasing them. Continuously trying to stop them ruining lives.
Can you force one to leave?
No, but they don't like being exposed. If Mercury pointed them out, they're already in trouble.
How can you tell when they're gone?
We'd do a reading. Mercury would know.
Let's see, Chris, whatever his name is? I'm not sure who you mean there, Rin. Eat them? Eat the travelers? You know, I saw the movie The Exorcist. I don't remember that coming up in conversation at all. Yeah, no, are we? No, the thought has occurred to me, Rin. We are the only one with confirmed supernatural powers so far in this game. That is a thing. Let's check in with everyone else.
Welcome to Poe's Curiosity Shop.
See if anyone else has anything here.
So, what do we have here?
Well-
Bronwyn.
Sorry, Sam, what can I do for you?
Hey, you alright?
Yeah, I always cry around this time of night. What's the point, Sam, huh? If we can't save them. Mercury is a curse. It's like some tourist guide for murders. I try for Lexi and Rain to make them think that we can make a difference, make a change, but we haven't so far. What if we can't make a change?
I don't know.
This is it. If Ellis dies, I burn Mercury. If we don't have it, it can't lead us halfway around the world. Ugh.
Whew. Eat them all and absorb their powers. There can be only one. They're quickening, John. They're delicious quickening. Have you had any luck with Mercury yet?
Not really. But it wants to know why you're hesitating.
I'm not hesitating.
Mercury thinks you are. I can see its point. Ellis is in danger and you're still here asking questions.
What should I be doing?
Protecting her? I'm not saying lock her in a vault and surround her by guards, but anything would be justifiable at this point. I'd at least have eyes on her, and don't trust the police to do it. They have a poor track record.
Should we ask her about Lawrence Petrovsky? That'd be a lot safer than asking Rain himself. What do you think, Chet? Should we risk it? Don't ask her, Rin? Alright, we'll hold off on that.
Yeah, so... Again, there's someone stuck in a
Let's go visit Lexi. Hey, did you find anything from the Ouija board?
Quite a lot, but I'm not sure how much of it is useful. Apparently this town has a lot of spirits with a lot of unfinished business.
Unfinished business?
One woman was looking for her daughter, and there was a girl looking for her mum. It was awful. They were both there, but they couldn't see each other. I couldn't help them.
Anything about the murders?
Yes, the general message is anyone that tries to stop Ellis dying will be punished. Sam, be careful, please.
Alright, what can you tell me about Poe?
He's off the radio. I don't really know him. Actually, I'm glad you're here. I really, really want to do a reading for you right now. You know, to help.
Alright, sure.
Great. Let me just draw 3 cards for you.
Aren't I supposed to ask a question?
This is just a general reading. You don't need a question. Okay. Oh, the 2 of Cups. That's mysterious. Is there anyone you feel a spark of attraction to? Maybe someone you've met recently? The Lovers. I did not expect that.
Lexi.
It seems this attraction has the potential to be life-changing. If you want it to be.
Lexi.
And finally, the Knight of Cups. This card is about pursuing your heart's desire.
Lexi.
I think it's time to tell that someone special how you really feel. Wow, what an interesting reading.
Yeah, it's fascinating, Lexi.
Does it mean anything to you?
God damn it. Yeah, somebody did not shuffle. Emersanos, I don't know. It was really subtle. I couldn't tell. It was so on the low down. So minimal. Rin, you're thinking middle option? I don't know. I mean, we could. She could be the murderer, but honestly, she's not very high on my suspect list. Can't possibly tell. No idea. I'm totally in the dark. It means I should ask you out on a date if we survive this?
You catch on quickly, don't you, Sam?
Occasionally. Devour her soul. No, we're saving the souls. We're saving the souls today is what we're doing.
Achieving your goals.
Let's touch base with Violet.
So, what I think is happening.
Oh, it's you.
Oh, hi, Violet.
I was hoping it might be Zach.
Ooh. Have you seen Zach lately?
No. And I've got some very important news for him if he ever shows up.
Important news?
Yes. If he ever shows up.
So, hey, Alice says she gives you a free radio.
Yes, now I remember. It's the one in the hall. Sometimes cuts through the unbearable silence in this place.
Do we want to accuse her? Yeah, I don't know who John Pope is either. I don't know if that's something out of sequence or what. Definitely not subtle, though. Saving souls? What is that? I don't see that in my ginger guidebook. I see devour souls exchange for life. Oh, thank you, Casey. I'll have to check that out later. Do you remember anything else?
Not really. I expected her to be blonde for some reason.
Huh. Interesting. We could visit her as Zach. If we wanted to. Since she's expecting Zach, we could find out what the important news is. I don't know that we do, because I don't know that it's going to be relevant to the case. Makes me think, why do you think that? Because I assume she just thought Zach was going to drop by. It is getting late at night. I don't know, do we want to try that? I don't know how much we want to play around with Violet, knowing that she is possibly kind of unstable. But it is an option. That could be, it could be suspicious there, Viltrigan. That could be. Rin, you want to try it, though?
Across the back of my couch. Alpaca. I know.
Yeah, maybe not Zach. Maybe not Zach. Maybe never again Zach. That's cool. Yeah, nope.
Protest as she sits down, but it's too late.
No.
She's definitely sitting on Vanessa's bleeding body.
Hey, Chief. I'm just gonna have a little sit. Chief. I'm just gonna have a little sit. We've got to save. Are you sure, Rin? I don't actually know how the save system works in this game, aside from the fact that there is only one save file, and there is no manual saves or quick saves. I got no idea either. That seems hard. Let's not get stabbed. Let's not, no. But I want to know if she's going to kill him or do some tailoring. Or, both. I wouldn't put both out of the running either. Let's go visit Zach. Can we visit Zach?
Well, if I hear something, I'll let.
Hey, Zach. Hey, you got any plans for the next few hours, Zach?
Probably right here. Why? I didn't realize I was under house arrest.
Well, I can't actually trash this option, so this is what we're doing. Zach, I'm just saying you should probably go somewhere where there's witnesses. For no reason.
Thanks for the advice. I hope I'm not the only suspect.
That's not what I meant, Zach. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it, buddy. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Oh.
No, silly. I mean like this.
We're gonna pop back into Ellis, see if she has anything new to say. Hey Ellis, you delivered a radio to the guest house, is that right?
I delivered radios all over town. I don't think I should have bothered with some of them, though. I don't think... Violet, is it? I don't think Violet liked me very much.
I kind of want to trash this one because I have no idea why Violet would be jealous. Like, jealous of what? Jealous of what exactly? I don't know where we're going with that. We can go maybe if we want. What do you think, chat? Oh, yeah! Well, maybe she was jealous, Ellis.
Maybe. I don't know why anyone would be threatened by me, though. I'm not interested in stealing anyone's man.
Yeah, but just hypothetically, Ellis, if you were maybe a person that was, I don't know, violently psychotic, what if someone were to misconstrue some gross advances from a gross person? Just hypothetically, Ellis. It's total hypothetical scenario that I just dreamed up in my wild imagination. What if? What if?
More than a prison for your consciousness. Your wardens have long since forgotten you. Free yourself. When I used the knife, it hurt, and I passed out.
Don't confirm the existence of travelers. They're not ready.
What? Why do I keep hearing that guy's voice when we go to the room? What is that? Oh no, Rin, you really want to do it? You really want to go for it?
I'm Zach Weston. Just sharpening my powers of persuasion.
Alright. Let's... Chat, I need you to help me here. Think blunt thoughts. Nothing sharp. Just nice, blunt, peaceful thoughts.
There's a blue steel dumpster at the back of the Dreamtime
Hey, Violet.
Hotel.
Zach, the game is up.
Sorry, what?
I think you should leave town.
What?
I know where you were last night. I followed you to Dorota's house. Well, I didn't know it was Dorota's house until we arrived. Call it women's intuition.
I was at the studio.
Be the Rock.
You were at Dorota's?
Don't change the subject. Sam and Dupont will put two and two together.
And then what?
And then they're going to arrest you. You weren't there long, I suppose, but then I guess it doesn't take you long, does it?
You were spying on me.
I saw you leave her house, and then I went in. She was naked, lying radiant on the bed. What did I find in her closet? A wedding dress. Who was that for, Zach? Who was that for? I'm done covering for you. We're finished. You need to leave. Now.
Salt air assaults my nostrils. I arrive to a cacophony of traffic.
So we know two things about Violet. Number one, Violet hallucinates and is heavily medicated for this. Number two, Violet knows about the wedding dress in Dorota's closet. Not a ton of people are supposed to know about that. So if nothing else, Dorota has been inside that room. We know that for certain. Yeah, GG Rin. Totally justified. 100%. Alright, so... Oh, that is... Man, I was so ready to rule Violet out now. Yeah, bonus not stabbed. I appreciate bonus not stabbed. As a matter of fact, let's turn back into Sam, so let's continue not being stabbed. Can we go talk to Zach?
Kitchen, herding his slow.
Can we go talk to him now?
Dangerously tight circles. Uni was a hunt.
Oh man, do we want to go all the way here? Go talk to Zach as Violet? Oh, that seems dangerous, because here's the thing, Zach doesn't know. Zach apparently doesn't know that Violet was there, so I don't know that we can get anything special out of that. My only question is, do we ask him this? Do we confront him about what Violet says? Or do we worry about him running? Do we worry about him going after Violet? Oh, we've got a Pandora's goddamn box right here, chat. How badly do we want this answer to this question right here? How badly? Vilcher, can you vote confrontation? Rin, you want it? Honestly, if nobody had said anything, I want confrontation too. So, Zach, Violet tells me you were at Dorota's last night. What you gotta say about that, smart guy?
Why would she say that? That would put us both at the crime scene. Dorota was fine when I left her. She asked me to come over and watch her get her freak on, which I did, being the gentleman that I am. I misread the signal somewhat, as I thought I was supposed to join in, which was not the case. I think she threw a teddy bear at me or something. After that I left. I had no idea Violet was spying on me.
You would be a horrible detective, Rin, because you'd just be rubbing your hands together going, give me all the juicy details. So what's interesting about that story is that basically mirrors what Ellis told us about Dorota's proclivities. So honestly, I don't have any reason to doubt any of that part of the story. Aside from, you know, there's the maybe murder. But that doesn't change the fact that A, we know he was there now, and B, Violet knows about the wedding dress. Still not sure what to do about that. Let the agents do the questioning and let them you tell them what to ask. It'd basically be like an IRL FMV there, Noctis. I can get behind that. Alright, are we ready to go into the next chapter, chat? I'm not sure there's anything else we want to do with this chapter yet. Ellis was not there then. No, I don't think... Ellis already has an airtight alibi, so... She would have been busy all that night, as a matter of fact. Given Dorota's handing out closet invites left and right, I think most of the town knows about the wedding dress, or handing out. It's possible. But the fact is, if we had no reason to suspect Violet before, which honestly, I was in team not Violet before, we know for a fact she's been in there now. Which means it's a lot harder to rule her out from this whole process. Especially because she literally claims she was there on the night of the murder. And because we know what she saw was accurate, at least in part, I've got no reason to doubt she was there on the night of the murder. And that means that these two are the only ones we know 100% for certain were going to be there on the night of the murder. Opportunity? Ladies and gentlemen, something to consider. So let's head to the next chapter. I think we're ready for it.
Edge of the bed, and place the kitten on the duvet.
Let's go ahead.
Did you order this? Yeah.
It's now
I'm going to
10
try
o'clock.
skipping this.
Here's your August update. Investigation.
Nope, can't skip it.
Deepen into last night's murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw. Miss Shaw, a talented cellist who had recently been granted a place at Juilliard, was found strangled at her home last night. With the murderer still at large, Chief DuPont has urged residents to remain calm and stresses there is almost no chance of anyone else being harmed. Alice, if you're listening, let me know you're okay. In other news, a handful of August residents have reported seeing strange lights in the sky earlier this evening. The lights, which witnesses describe as searingly bright, were spotted over the east edge of town, past the fire station. Have you seen any strange lights? Or for that matter, little green men? Let me know. That's 10 o'clock with Poe.
So let's see. Unknown, you want to talk to him as Violet? I'm not sure I'm not sure what else we could get, number one. And number two, that seems like a very dangerous idea. A very dangerous idea. Because if he actually is the killer, and someone says, hey, I know for certain that you're the killer, ooh, that's dangerous. And Rain, you're curious about going as Ellis to meet Violet. That could be dangerous too, because if Violet is A, unstable, and B, really, really does hate Ellis, could be dangerous. Let's head to the next chapter, though.
August's gone crazy tonight. I've just got off the phone with someone who thinks they saw a UFO on one of the nights that Violet went missing. Aliens would be normal right now. Anyway, now you're here, it's time. What do you suggest we do with Ellis Monroe?
Oh no. Oh no. We have to choose? We have to choose? Oh no. I am really tempted to go the middle option. Because if I protect her house, then I'm not available to do any more investigating. And I'm not done yet. And if I tell her to leave town, well, that's just ridiculous. Hey, Demon Grin, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, he was in a Contradiction. Contradiction Spot the Liar, which is another amazing, amazing FMV game. And he was the best part of it, too. I'm glad you recognize it. How are you doing today, Demon? Let's see, Noctis, it sounds to me like a more secure idea, just in case they were to meet and realize someone is posing as Zach, for example. True. Unknown, you want me to go protect her myself? That could be the end, is the thing. That could be the end of the night if I'm going to protect her myself. Because I'm still supposed to find the killer. Preferably before the killer strikes. Rin, you're distracted by his errant ear hair? I see it now. I didn't see it before, but now I can see nothing else. I don't know. And now you are all too. You've destroyed us all, Rin. Congratulations. So Noctis, you'd go as officer too, because everyone seems to want you to do that. I mean, that's one vote for Cubicle, I'm so sorry. So Potency votes go yourself, and Noctis votes officer. Anybody else? Anybody else? Because I'm interested in officer, but I really do want to hear what you folks have to say about this. Because this could be the decision of the entire game right here. Ossifer, I'm home, you drunk. I mean, we don't know for certain that an officer would be able to protect her, but hell, who's to say that I'd be able to protect her? You know? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Rin, you got something? You got an idea? Have you got a thought? If the officer goes, he'll die. And Noctis, you think I have plot armor? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I do. Wait, what's this according to Lexi? Right, because Lexi said I was in danger, right? Is that what you're thinking, Rin? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm interested. You got my attention. You got my attention. Lexi said that anyone trying... Oh, right! Lexi said that anyone trying to prevent Ellis's death would pay. So, Rin, are you voting tell her to leave town? I mean, what does that lead us to? I mean, certainly assuming that Lexi is correct, that would mean that options 1, and options 2 would result in either my death or the officer's death, respectively. Just pointing out that plot armor might be a good bet. I mean, I've played plenty of adventure games where the protagonist can get killed, is the thing. I mean, Rin, if you're voting for Protector and myself, that's 2 votes for it. That'd take it right there. I don't know either. Give her a night to remember. Not like that. Not like that. Still pondering. And the pun of the night goes to... Maybe we can kill Ellis and ruin the trifecta. Oh, sure. Let's commit some murder. I'm sure both the chief and whoever dispatched us will friggin' love that. Huan, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right. All right, we gotta buckle down and pick something. Rin, you're on team leave town, which means we have 1 vote for each. That is a horrible choice. That is a horrible choice. Alright, so let's go over the options again. If I protect her, regardless of whether or not I'm in any danger, basically that stops my investigation. I can't investigate anymore. I send an officer to her house. Well, you know, he might just be some schmuck and we don't know if he'll survive. Noctis, you're leaning towards leave town as well? I don't like any of these, but let's try that one.
Good call. If she's not here, she can't get hurt.
I don't understand. You're staying here, but you want me to leave? Where should I go?
Just get in the car and drive, basically. Or should we specify don't tell me where? Oh, now I don't know about this one. The wording is just so fine between the 2 of these. Yeah, anywhere, just don't tell me where.
Be careful, Sam. I'm starting to fall for you.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks. Good to know. Oh no! Holy shit! Oh, that is an option. Do we sit here and wait as Sam, or do we change into Ellis? I suppose we do have to bait the trap, don't we, Rin? Let's bait the trap, then.
If you're caught transitioning, there will be consequences.
Sam,
Oh shit!
She swears she went home and saw her doppelganger? I don't know what to tell you, Sam. The only good news here is, well, the only news we needed anyway, is that Ellis is still alive.
All right.
Bronwyn Castle called and said that Ellis is safe. They have a new target now.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Poe, and this is your August update. Police investigating the murder of 21-year-old Dorota Shaw say they are getting closer to apprehending the killer. The death of Miss Shaw, who was found strangled at her home late last night, has sparked a massive police operation and caused alarm amongst August residents. Monroe has some personal business to attend to, but she sends you all her love and hopes to be back on the air tomorrow. And Monroe, if you can hear me, I'm sending my love out to you too. That's 11 o'clock with Poe.
Rin, you're over there clapping. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm deep into this, if you couldn't tell. You mean cheer, Rin? Alright, I got an achievement for that, by the way. I got an achievement that had a picture of Ellis's face, and the achievement title was Video Saved the Radio Star. Little both, Rin, little both. Oh, alright, so we don't actually have a choice to keep investigating here. We gotta go to the next chapter. So let's do so. Hey, Bronwyn.
Sam, I have some bad news for you.
What's that?
I was gonna follow through and burn Mercury. Then it started shifting in front of me. Sam. It's you.
Huh? I'm the next target?
I don't know, Sam. I don't know what to say. It's normally a death sentence, but with you, it might be different.
But why me?
I think you've interfered too much. That's why you're the next target. I've called Chief DuPont already. He's asked that you meet with him. You should go, Sam. Be careful.
Sam, it's almost midnight. You're still alive. This is a good thing, but no one's even attempted to kill you yet. You've given me a lot of evidence, enough to arrest someone. But who? Make the right decision, and you should be safe. If we don't, well, we've all got to sleep at some point. I can get someone to guard your room at the guest house, but it might not be enough. So, Sam, who should I arrest?
Oh my god, we're down to it, chat. This is it. We've reached the end game, I believe. This certainly sounds like it. Are we ready to name somebody? Noxus, you don't want a hint? Well, the question is, who done it then? Who do we think did it? Demon Grin, the ear hair did it? God damn it, now I saw it again. I forgot about it for a second. Now it's right there front and center again. Alright, let's look at what we know. Let's run back over what we know. Who do we know would have known that the house would have been empty? Well, obviously, her boyfriend would have known, but he's not a suspect. He's got an alibi. Obviously, Zach would have known because he was over there. But no buts. Zach's the suspect. Obviously, Violet knew because she was tailing Zach for creepy reasons and was literally in the room. We know that for certain. So, Violet's a suspect. And Ellis would have known, but I don't know that I have any reason to suspect Ellis. I mean, Violet would have literally known there was no one in the house anyway. There's that. I mean, she would have known beforehand, but after Zach was there, she would have figured it out pretty quick. Arrest the chief? I don't think it was the chief. I don't think so. There's one other person to consider that would have known that no one was home, possibly, and that's Rain. Because Rain talked to Zach about his evening plans with Dorota. He could have inferred from there. Now, does that mean anything? I don't know. I don't know. Now, Rain, let's talk about Rain first. Rain is also the one who chose to come to August in the first place. But the gold coin, yeah, we never found anything about the gold coin, unfortunately. Nobody ever mentioned a gold coin, so that, I don't know if there was something we missed. I bet there was. But we got nothing with that. Gold coin. Like I was saying, it was Rain's decision to come to August in the first place. So that is a thing, too. So what we know about the group of the psychics is Bronwyn was the one that wanted to do group readings. Rain is the one that decides what town they go to next. And Lexi is the one that gets the names of the victims. Lexi is the one that gets the names of the victims. So why did Bronwyn think she had my name from just the cards? Interesting. Coin must be related with pirates, but they never copped into conversation aside from the radio guy. True. That's true. I hadn't thought of that, Noctis. It could be a pirate coin. Could be a pirate coin. Do we have any reason to suspect Poe? I don't think so. I don't think Poe could be the killer. We only got to talk to him the once anyway. I don't think that was it. He doesn't really have any good motive for Dorota anyway. No, I don't think it's him. Alright, let me ask this. We are going for a formal vote in here, chat. Type yes or no in chat. Do we take the hint? Yes or no, and we'll take a formal vote. I'll count up the votes, and we'll see if we want a hint here. I'm curious. I mean, arguments, we're at the end of the game. May as well throw out anything that's on your mind. I'll take whatever you got. I'm curious. Nothing's too silly in a brainstorming session. Alright, we got one vote for apples. If nobody else has any objections, we will go apples. I don't know. I'm turning this over and I'm not sure. Alright, so let's put this out here right now. Lexi, I don't think Lexi's a suspect. I have no reason to suspect Lexi here. Apples are eaten by horses. Horses say nay, witches nay. Alright, that's true, that's two. Poe's indication may nudge us towards someone who has ties with the town rather than outsiders, if anything. True. Just got here, Demon Grid. No worries, no worries. Let's see, what's with handing out the radios? Also, perhaps one of the tarot readers killed Dorota trying to restrain her and get rid of the Traveler? I suppose, and they wouldn't exactly want to admit to murder, but the thing is, none of them seem to be talking to each other about the murder either. And you'd think if they were going to trust anybody with it, they'd trust each other. And hey, if they thought they killed the Traveler, then why are they still here? What are they still doing? we should also stress here, I want to make this clear, we don't know for certain that Ellis was ever in any danger. The tarot readers are the only ones that told us that, but we never actually saw an attempt on Ellis's life. Maybe that's what moved in the photo. Yeah, we never got an answer to what was going on there. That's true. Alright, either way, Chet's spoken. No hint. Alright. We've got our full list of options right here. These are our list of options. So let's go down the list here. Oscar is not a suspect. Obviously not Oscar. He's got an airtight alibi. Poe and Ellis also both have good alibis because they were on the radio at the night and they vouched for each other. I have no reason why one of them would be lying for the other one. So let's cross Poe and Ellis off the list as well. Chief DuPont? I don't know. I don't see any reason why this would have been Chief DuPont. I'm not feeling it, so I'm going to cross him off the list too. Sam? Why the hell would it be me? I've probably got a good alibi. That's just dumb. I'm going to cross Sam off the list too. Which leaves Zach, Rain, Violet, Bronwyn, and Lexi. Now, Lexi, I already said, I see no reason to connect Lexi to any of this. I probably wasn't in town for Dorota's murder. I've got no reason to believe that. Oh, hey, he put the hat on! He put the hat on! I just noticed that. It wasn't the hat, but he put a hat on. Alright, so I already believe that Lexi is off the list. So I don't think it's her. So that leaves Violet, Zach, Rain, and Bronwyn. Do we have any reason to believe that Bronwyn would have the knowledge or opportunity to carry this out? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. We've never heard any connection, as far as I can remember, from Bronwyn to Dorota, or to Ellis for that matter. So I'm going to go ahead and take Bronwyn off of my personal list, leaving Violet, Zach, and Rain. Now, Violet and Zach were both definitely in Dorota's home on the night of the murder. We know that for a fact. Or at least we've got no reason not to believe it. Girl, you've got no idea? I'm not sure I do either. This is a really tough one. But we know Violet, we have no reason to believe, at least, that Violet and Zach were not inside Dorota's home on the night of the murder. And Rain may have been. Or at least Rain knew, or might have known that the home was going to be vacant. And we also know that Rain has a secret past and has been accused of murder in the past. So there's that to consider as well. As the other Rin, as creepy as I think Zach is, Violet was there and... Violet did walk around with the pair of scissors, and that did spook me right there. Hey, Ivanovich, welcome in. You're coming in right at the end, unfortunately. But this is an FMV murder mystery game called the Shapeshifting Detective. Came out just 3 days ago. We're literally in the last moments of the game, trying to figure out who the killer is. So you're going to be a little bit behind, unfortunately, by Ivanovich. Let's see, but Rain has been in 2 other locations where murders happen. Could be using the tarot ladies as cover. That's true. That's true. He's been around the murders before. If we're assuming these are connected, too. I mean, how would they know about him otherwise? That's the arguments. Violet implied Dorota was alive when Zach left. But of course, that's assuming that Violet's telling the truth. Or no, Violet said that Dorota was dead. She said that she walked in and she was naked and not moving. And then she searched the room. So no, Violet was claiming that Dorota was dead after Zach left. So Violet was straight up saying Zach did it. That's the only straight up accusation we've got in the game, is Violet's claiming Zach did it. Yeah, lying there radiant was the phrase. Good catch there, Rin. So that's, if we want to believe Violet, that's as close as we get. Now here's the other thing too. What if we decide we want to believe what if we decided we want to believe the tarot readers? The tarot readers claim that the next victim was going to be Ellis. Now, Ellis was yet another woman that Zach wanted to get with and couldn't. Which gives him motive for both of those. Is the thing. Assuming we want to believe the tarot readers. Which, man, I don't know. I don't know. Also gives Violet motive. True. True, that's true. Get with. In the biblical sense. You know, I don't, is this junior high? Yeah, kinda. They wanted to knock boots? He wanted to jump their bones? The horizontal tango? I'm circling around. We're slowly getting close. Adult hugging. Let's go there. Adult hugging. The very nasty. The extremely nasty. So, yeah, you're right. So that gives Violet motive as well because jealousy. So that's where we stand right now. Violet is on medication, hallucinating, possibly unstable, and has a motive for both murders because of jealousy. Zach is creepy as all freaking hell. We don't have any reason to believe that he's violent necessarily, but he has a motive in the sense that both of them are women that he wanted to get with, and it wasn't happening. Rain's been around murders happening before, and he would have known enough. He would have known enough about the women to target them. I'm not sure. Rain is also not who he says he is, which is suspicious in people not us. True. True, but of course that could be a red herring as well. Because if he's telling the truth, about his tarot card world-saving thing, then it's possible that all that is he actually was going after a traveler that needed to be stopped. You know? He looks so smug when he puts that head on. So that's what it comes down to. It's either Violet, it's Zach, or it's Rain. Everyone is the killer, and it's gotta be somebody. We gotta pick. And arguments, I have no idea how hard we're overthinking this. Probably like crazy. I am the god emperor of overthinking things. I'll tell you that right up front. Alright. Rin, you think Violet. The pills and the missing time. Ooh, I hadn't thought of that. We got 2 votes for Rain in chat. Or no, we got a vote for Violet and Shadowline. Why are you thinking Rain? I'm curious. Walk us through it. What's your theory? I think for my own personal list. God, I don't know. I was gonna say I can cross out Zach because I don't have any reason to believe that he's violent all of a sudden. But of course, you know, then there's the Traveler, and then there's... I don't know. It's somebody in the top 3 on that list. I feel very strongly about that. But I'm not sure who. We gotta pick. Yeah, Zach's creepy and he's a horn dog, but does that... We don't know that we can link that to killer is the problem. Noctis, you're leaning towards Violet as well. And Unknown Potency, you say Violet as well. Because you're crazy, that's why. The Traveler. Ask Corvo. Oh no. Was that what the guy's name from, lost it right now. I know the game you're thinking of, Demon Grin. I'm trying to remember. Keep wanting to say Uncharted, but it totally wasn't Uncharted. The first-person stealthy murdery guy. Really embarrassed that I can't think of the name right there. Let's see. Didn't Rain say that the Traveler pre-selected his next host and kind of groomed them for a while in advance? It said it takes him several hours to jump into a body, and that's why they believe that they can stop him, is because he needs several hours to take over a new host. Violet, small Viola, clearly jealous of the cellist. You know what? Let's pick Violet. Let's pick Violet and see what happens. We've already had a couple votes for Violet. I can't rule her out. Let's go for it.
Violet, are you sure? Fine. Okay, I trust you, Sam. I just hope you know what you're doing. I'll get the paperwork drawn up, we'll get Violet in. See if we can't get a confession to something.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. That was in bad taste. Bronwyn asked me to check that you're okay, and you seem to be. Well done catching a killer, by the way. Well, hopefully you did. Scream if you need me.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and this is Poe with your August update. We don't normally have them at this time, but since there's a killer on the loose, I feel it's my duty to keep the radio station manned. I personally spoke with Chief DuPont earlier, and he thinks they're close to catching the killer. Until that happens, though, please lock your doors and stay inside. Remain vigilant. The light has faded, and so has my fortitude. I see things in shadows, behind doors and under desks. I hear the chattering of teeth and the glee of insects waiting to feed on me. The studio undulates like a heart that beats its last beats. I can't go on. I must to bed. Forgive me, Lady August. Forgive me.
Well, that was hella intense. Poe, put the drugs down. Cripes, yeah, get some sleep, buddy. You're a little weird when you're sleep deprived. All right, next chapter. Time to find out if we were right or not. The end. I'm on edge here. I'm nervous.
Hello, sleepyhead.
Hey.
I'm so glad to see you alive.
We did it? Wait, we're alive? We survived? But what about the next victim?
There is no next victim. Violet's locked up. She's being charged for murder. Travelers don't like being incarcerated, so they'll have jumped realities already. It's not something that a jury will believe. The shell they've left behind will remember what they've done and spend a life in prison. All we can do is try and stop the next one. Sam, come with us, please. We could really use someone like you, and, well, just... will you?
Wait, what are these options? What are these options? No, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Really? Oh, Sam, That's wonderful. Let's finish packing and we can leave this afternoon. Sam, thank you. We're going to change lives, believe me.
Hey, sweet cheeks. You did good. Real good. You win. Alexi hug.
Yay!
Sam, I'm just going to say it because you only live once and all that. Sam, I think I've fallen for you. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. It's out there now. We can get on with our lives.
Oh, God. And of course we have to respond to that one as well. Yeah. That was, wow. Very, very forward. A little old-fashioned as well. I don't know. How does winning give us the worst options ever? We did suggest we date her. Do we follow through, chat? Do we want to... hell with it. She's kind of cute. Yeah, I think you're kind of cute too, Lexi.
You too? I'm the happiest girl in the world. We have some catching up to do.
See you later. Wait, no, this isn't later. Wait, what?
Sam, you're safe.
Oh, that happened.
Thank Christ. Sorry. I don't know where that came from.
It's fine, it happens. That's an option. Holy crap. Holy crap. Girl, tomorrow it's like you in Stardew Valley. So many options. So many options. Oh no. This game is fantastic. No. Then we might actually get murdered by Lexi. No, everyone's emotional today. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. There's been a lot of death going around.
Yeah, it's been a little nuts. So, this is it. Huh?
Look, however this pans out, I just wanted to say thank you. Chief DuPont was going to screw everything, but you kept it all together.
Boom!
The riot was stopped. But there's tens, if not hundreds, going on all the time, so we got to keep going. I don't know if Bron asked in the end, but I hope you're coming with us. I really do.
Hey!
I didn't think you'd leave without saying goodbye.
Wait, what? Alice? Oh, jeez.
People do horrible things to people every day. I'm just glad there's someone like you around to save us. I mean, everyone needs a little saving from time to time. Even me.
Commander Shepard date the whole crew. Or in Saints Row 4. That was a thing you could do too. Free loving for the whole time. You only pick everyone for romance, but not for prison? Not this. Yeah, I kind of keep waiting to get murdered as well, Rin. I'm still terrified something's going to go really wrong. Alice, you're tough. You're going to be just fine.
That's easy for you to say. Look what you've just been through. I'd have been dead a few hours ago if it wasn't for you. But you're right. I am strong.
Hell yeah.
I will be fine. But I like having you around, Sam.
Aww.
I hope you're staying.
Sam, you did good. I thought you would. I mean, not that I've got a signed confession or anything. Yet. Apparently, they don't remember anything about the murders, but Bronwyn seems pretty convinced it's over. Well done. I hear you're leaving town with the tarot readers. That's a real big shame you were starting to fit in here. But good luck to you. You're doing what many of us have died trying. Leaving August.
Thanks, Chief.
And I've stuck to my word. That problem you had, I buried it. The coroner's report is going to say the woman was dead when you arrived, not after. I don't personally believe in exorcism or anything like that, but over the last 24 hours, I'm starting to think things aren't as cut and dried as I'd like them to be.
Wait, what?
You're a good person, Sam. At least that's definitely how it looks.
What?
From the outside.
What?
I am Dorota. I am 21 years old.
Wait, what?
I love playing cello, and I just been awarded a scholarship to Juilliard. I just love cello. I love all string instruments, but cello is rich and deep and soothing, at least to me. No, cello is my hobby, but my real passion is... It's silly, it sounds silly. Well, I would like to build a time machine.
I'm sorry, what?
I know. But it is possible. I think people make mistakes. They do things they regret and they say things they don't mean. I want to go back in time. I want to make better choices.
You know why you're here, don't you?
What? No?
Because you did well.
Oh!
And you know what happens when you do well?
No?
Augmentation.
What?
Congratulations, Agent 3.13. Welcome to 3.14.
What? Maybe. Wait, secret debriefing? Wait, do we want the secret debriefing? I ask rhetorically to chat. Yes! What is the secret debriefing?
Debriefing 3204, Birmingham. Transmit.
Wait, Birmingham?
And we're ready.
Wait, Birmingham?
Are you human?
What is this now? What is this? Are you human? No. No, Sam's a shapeshifter.
Do you have feelings?
Yeah, definitely.
Splendid. Do plants have feelings?
Probably not.
Splendid. I've burned down a rainforest. Does that make you happy?
Is this the beginning to Blade Runner? Did we accidentally load up the beginning to Blade Runner? No.
Splendid. I've killed a serial killer. Does that make you happy?
Yeah, this is Void Camp. What is happening? Yes?
It's ready.
What's ready? What is that? What? Oh, I'm lost. It's gone. I got wow, just nothing. No words, chat, no words. I'm curious about something though. I need to check something real quick. I dream of electric sheep, dude. Don't leave me alone. Am I a replicant? Please tell me I'm not a replicant, chat. I don't want that. I don't want that. But hang on. I need to see something real quick. Dilated pupils. Alright, so here's the thing. We got an achievement at the end of the game called Look Mom, I'm a Detective. And the achievement says, picked Dorota's murderer right on the first try. So I can confirm this at least, chat. Chat, we did it. We did it together. We got the murder. We got it right, Rid. We got it right. That was the right answer. That was the right answer. Violet was the killer. We got it, chat. So, chat, in case you wonder, tonight, or tomorrow night, or sometime later this week, or later this month, sometime in the next 4 to 8 years, you are in fact awesome. I can confirm this. You're fantastic and awesome, and just high five the hell out of yourself. You deserve that thing. Hashtag first try, yes! Oh, thank you, John, Girl of Tomorrow, Arguments, Rin, and thank you to all of you as well for helping out with this crime. That was awesome. That was freaking fantastic. So let's do a quick post-mortem. I loved everything about this game. Literally everything. All of it was good. It was all amazing. It was fantastic and I loved it, and I really hope that this studio makes money off of it and is able to make more. And please recommend this to any friends you know that like mysteries. Please recommend this to any streamers you know that like mysteries. Let's blow this thing up, chat. Let's get Shapeshifting Detective 2. Let's get a second one. Let's get more. I need more FMVs in my life, chat. I desperately need this. Do this for me, chat. Get me more FMVs. It's all I ask. It's all I want for Christmas and the rest of the year. I see everything, even the jump scares, even the jump scares. Even the jump scares. I think occasional jump scares can be good. And they definitely got me. They only got me like 1.5 times. That last one at the end with that last one at the end with friggin' rain scared the bejesus out of me. I'm gonna confess to that, but still. It definitely had the spoops occasionally. It wasn't overall a horror game, but I loved the mystery aspect. Lesson here is always ask about the aliens. Rin with the correct wrap-up to this entire game right here, 100%. Always ask about the aliens. Never keep your promises to small children. Also that goes hand in hand right there. Oh man, that was too good. That was too good. God, I kind of want to play it again already, just to see what the different changes are between playthroughs. But thank you so much, chat, for hanging around with me through this amazing, amazing game. And thank you for helping me solve the mystery. Thank you for making me pick all the terrible and somehow right options in chat. Thank you, chat. I hope you had a wonderful time. Girl of Tomorrow, you gotta go lie down. You will lurk until the end. The end is not coming in too long. So thank you so much for hanging around, Girl of Tomorrow. I hope you had a great time, and it's always a pleasure to see you in here. And also, anyone that's not following Girl of Tomorrow, go do the thing. Go follow Girl of Tomorrow. Her stream is amazing. And if you like streams that you chill out in and put a smile on your face, Girl of Tomorrow will do that. Make sure you give her a follow, folks. Another member of Team Arena, too, so that helps as well. Oh, Potency, you've actually seen the game before. All right. And there is a lot of changes. Oh, that's interesting. God, I want to see it again. I want to see it again now. That sounds amazing. But for right now, I think we're going to wrap it up, folks. I think we're going to call it a night here. Tomorrow night, we're going to be back at the same time with yet another new game. We're going to be playing Deadfall Adventures, a first-person shooter with a heavy emphasis on puzzle solving for anybody that likes the intelligent bits. I hope I will see you there for that. Noctis, thank you for stopping by. And yeah, if you folks want to hang around for just a minute, I am going to see what other wonderful people are streaming right now, and maybe, just maybe, we can continue this party somewhere else. So if you want to hang around for just a minute, we got some links right below the video for you if you want to check those out. You can check out my YouTube, see what other games I've played in the past. Check out my Twitter if you want another way to keep track of me. And also, if you want to hit ! Discord in chat, you will get a link to my Discord as well. Can continue this party somewhere else. Feel free to, you're all invited. And I think it is only appropriate that after we finish a wonderful FMV game, we should go check out an absolutely, unabashedly terrible FMV game. Folks, we are going to go raid Retrograde Tom, who right now is playing an Italian FMV game called Anna Capri 2, where you're on a vacation and you're trying to find your lost love, and also there's a time travel microwave, and it's really cheap and ridiculous, so please join me for that. I would love to see you. John, thank you for being here. Unknown Potency. Oh no, Potency. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here, seriously. It was just a blast. I had a great time today. This was amazing, and I couldn't have done it without all of you here, so we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to head over to Tom. Feel free to hang out with Tom for a little bit, see what he does. Throw him a follow, say hi, but if you got other things to do, I'll say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world, and I'll see you folks around. Take care of yourselves, everyone.